Hello everyone, and welcome back to AneurynPlays. It's been a while, but here we are today with Talking Tea with Aneuryn. It's a little bit different, I know. You've probably already noticed a couple of little changes here and there, but don't worry. Don't worry. I'll explain everything in due time. In due time, ladies and gents. But first of all, I want to welcome you all. How are you guys doing today? What have you guys been up to this past week where I have been doing practically nothing? Actually, that's not true at all. I've been doing a lot. I feel more exhausted now than I did at the beginning of the week. And I was sick at the beginning of the week. Yes, welcome, Tim. I had a feeling that Tim would get use out of that one. I really did. I'm just like, Tim comes rolling in like an engineer with the big T-Rex, pink T-Rex face, and now he's got the shocked pointing to. Yep. Yeah, that's one of my favorite emotes as well. I'm glad that we got such a response to the memberships going live, because when you start off, you've only got like 4 slots. I think it's 4 slots, and then you have to get more members to be able to have more slots, and that's great. I get the system, I understand the system. I just feel like 4 for the starting members feels a little bit low. You know, like, say for example, we only got 1 member on that first day, and we didn't get another member for another few weeks. That member is literally getting less value than everyone else that comes afterwards, because as soon as I get a second member, I've got another 2 slots. So that, you know, it feels a little bit awkward. I understand why they've done it. It's to encourage people to shout out their memberships and say, hey guys, don't forget we got a membership. But at the same time, it's just like, the value though, the value. Hey Stylish, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Sounds rough, buddy. Oh, dude, I did not have a good beginning of the week. Actually, there's a reason that we're doing a chatting stream tonight instead of doing any sort of gaming. Obviously, today's Thursday. Normally, I wouldn't be doing a stream on Thursday, but I figured that seeing as we've only got like 4 days to the end of the week, I may as well just use Thursday, Friday, Saturday and get an extra stream in, and then I can use today to talk about, you know, where we've been, what we've been doing, and what I've been doing in the background while I've had time away from streaming. But yeah. Tim's already telling stories with the emotes. Yeah. I've already noticed. Oh my goodness, it's an Anjanath. But no, man, this week has been intense, to say the least. Intense. And, we'll go through all that. We'll talk about that. But, yeah, first of all, I just want to welcome everyone in. How are you guys doing? What have you been up to? All that jazz. All that wonderful jazz. She may have to leave, unfortunately. Can't listen to the yapping session. I'm glad to see you aren't dead. Yeah, I survived. Wish the greatest rest of the week instead. Thank you very much, Stylish. You have a good rest of your week too. The rest of your day. And we'll catch you next time. Thanks for dropping by. Really appreciate that. You getting back into the Minecraft server? Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, understandable. I will admit, we might talk about the Minecraft stuff at some point today, but one thing that I will say for certain is that I am going to be moving. At very least, I would like to move forward with hosting a Hightail server instead. I understand not everyone's got Hightail, and, you know, I just... Ever since Hightail released, and I've been looking back at stuff that's been going on with Minecraft, especially after the latest Minecraft live event, I just feel so disheartened by Minecraft, by Mojang in general. I've always felt like Mojang were not doing everything that they could to really make the game feel better. And there's so much that they introduce into, like, side content that they never bring into the main game. And that I find that infinitely frustrating. And there was this, you know, there was this big thing, oh, the portal in the cities in the Deep Dark. And it turns out that the cities in the Deep Dark in the main Minecraft game are literally just a reference to the upcoming Dungeons 2. That's it. That's all it was. They've included the portals in the deep cities just so that they can advertise Dungeons 2, essentially. I don't like what Mojang are doing. I'm very much... I want to see Minecraft expand and grow and be better. But it's like, Mojang don't want to do that. And Jeb keeps coming up with all new rules and, silly little laws, and writing a book explaining everything that shouldn't be in Minecraft. You know, it's like, why would you do that? Let's just talk about the things that could be in Minecraft, rather than having to make a big long book, literally a book, of things that should never be in Minecraft. All the while, they're adding a bunch of features which don't really do anything. They don't add anything to the experience. It's because they're too afraid. That's ultimately where it comes down to. They're too afraid to make any changes that people aren't going to like. And they're catering to a super casual crowd by removing all sense of difficulty. The thing that really lost me was when they removed the village raids. That completely lost me. I hated that. That was so bad. It's just disappointing. You know, I didn't spend a lot of money on Minecraft. I bought it when it was like $5, right? I didn't spend a lot of money on Minecraft, and I got many years out of it. But that doesn't mean that I like the direction that it's not going in. So I'm definitely fully behind the Hightail train. I've been looking forward to Hightail since they first announced it years ago, and I want to play more of it. I just haven't had an opportunity to do so. But I'm hoping that I will very soon, and maybe even do a stream, a Hightail stream. That'd probably be fun. Oh my goodness, too many B's and L's. Hey, Tira and Kano, welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing? You're just gonna go to as well and prioritize some other things first. Oh, so Kiko's gonna be jumping on the Minecraft server. Nice. Okay. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling better. I'm good. I'm good today. I'm just tired. More than anything, I'm just tired right now. But yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. Yeah. Seems like the hype for Hightail is going down quick. I don't know about that. I don't think that the hype has gone down quick. I mean, yes, it has, but hype does that. There's still millions of people playing Hightail. And every time that there's an update, there's like a spike in sales. So Hightail is doing really well right now. I think one of the things that makes Hightail less what's the word I'm looking for? The reason that Hytale probably isn't quite as big as Minecraft is because Minecraft is established. But I think it will get there. I think it's going to get there sooner rather than later, and I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be enjoying Hytale because of what it offers. It gives you so many opportunities to play the game in different ways than what Minecraft is offering. And the sheer level of detail, for those people who like to do creative builds, the sheer level of detail that Hytale provides is insane. Like, their creative mode is bonkers good. Like, you can adjust every model individually and place it on a shelf. You know, you could have like a cup that's fallen over. You could have a bunch of potion bottles of different sizes. You could have food on a plate, you know? The micro levels of editing that you can go through to make an amazing scene is second to none. Like, Minecraft doesn't hold a candle to it, to be fair. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot of. That's what I definitely want to see a lot of. I want to see us build something akin to the Spawn Island in Hytale, you know, and then put so much more detail into it. And I think that's going to be an amazing project to do, because I don't know, there's just a part of Minecraft that I keep trying to do things. I keep trying to make Minecraft, the builds in Minecraft better, and I feel completely limited by the lack of certain options and certain blocks and different things like that. Whereas Hytale is like bypassing all of that by allowing you to completely customize every object in the game, which that's what I want, you know? That's what I want from my creative building game. I've always believed that limitations breed creativity, but when your limitations are literally different colored 1 meter by 1 meter blocks, it's very difficult to be creative on a small scale. If you want to make St. Michael's Cathedral, if you want to do the Eiffel Tower, if you want to make a replica of the Titanic or the Bismarck or the Yamato, you know, you can do that, you know, on a very large scale. You can do that. But a lot of it comes down to, you know, if you're building a house, it's just so blocky and bulky and difficult to operate around. And that, to me, indicates that there's an issue. And the fact that they've turned around and said that, you know, it was funny. I saw Jeb talking about this on X a couple of months back, is that Jeb said, why do people keep quoting that vertical slabs... This was just when Hytale released, actually. Everyone was going on about vertical slabs and how great it was to be able to have vertical slabs in Hytale. And everyone was saying Jeb will never allow this in Minecraft. And Jeb quote tweeted one of those saying, why do so many people think that I said the vertical slabs are not very Minecrafty, or something along those lines. Why do people keep saying that I said that I don't want vertical slabs in Minecraft? And loads of people just not quote tweeted, but took screenshots of his post where he said there will never be vertical slabs in Minecraft, and just posted that at him on X. It's like, there's a reason we think this. It's because you said it, Jeb. So can we not pretend like you didn't, just because Hytale is popular at this point in time? It's crazy, absolutely crazy that he thought that you'd get away with that. Hey Anonymous, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm doing better. I will, like I said, I'll get into that in a moment, because there's a lot to talk about from this week. It's the reason why I decided to do a chatting stream right now. But yeah, I want to get us into Hytale. You know, I understand that means buying a new game. and not everyone can necessarily afford to buy new games, especially if they're not sure if it's going to be something that they enjoy. But I will be looking forward to doing a Hytale server in the future. I would obviously welcome everyone to join us over on that server. But at the same time, I understand that, you know, some people want to play the Minecraft server. I just feel like I'm not going to get the sort of enjoyment out of Minecraft anymore. And it's one thing to be able to keep the server open for other people to use, but if it's not fun for me, I'm never going to stream it. And as of right now, Minecraft just isn't fun to me. There's too much going on that I really dislike. And yeah, I'm just not going to play it. I've kind of given up on Minecraft. Unless they turn around and completely overhaul the game and start introducing a bunch of features that the fans have been asking for a very long time, and stop introducing stupid bullshit like the Happy Ghast. I'm probably not going to go back to it, honestly. I really can't stand the Happy Ghast. Oh my goodness, that angers me to a degree that is not rational or reasonable. You're playing Tomodachi Life right now. Nice. Yeah, I've seen a few people posting about Tomodachi Life, and it's not a game for me, but I'm glad to see lots of people are enjoying it. Kano's playing Cult of the Lamb. Very cool. Very cool. I've been meaning to play Cult of the Lamb. I just haven't really got around to it. I don't think it's out of the question for our community to potentially keep both Minecraft and Hytale servers as the community grows. We'll work out the balance over time. I think that's possible. Yeah, absolutely. The problem is the hosting. Like, it's not necessarily cheap. So that's something to definitely take into consideration, is that we can't necessarily keep it always available. I would like to. Like, if it was an option, I would definitely like to keep both available, but I don't want to keep the Minecraft server open if it's not going to get much use. And to be fair, over the past 3 months, Mary's been the only one logging in. So, and she only logged in 3 times. So I don't know how, you know, if people want to come back to Minecraft, they want to play some Minecraft on the server, you're welcome to do so. But for me personally, I'm looking forward to the future. I'm looking at the potential of being able to make bigger and better, more interesting things in Hytale. Vertical Slabs was in another game before Minecraft? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was in Hytale. Hytale basically came out and went, oh, by the way, we got Vertical Slabs. And everyone went, oh, okay, well, I'm buying that game. I don't have PC to play Hytale, so I'm out unless it comes to Switch. So the plan for Hytale is that they will be releasing console versions in the future, but it's like gonna be like 2 years down the line. They want to make sure that the game is solid and runs smoothly. They have been putting out patches like every single week. Like, when you think about the sort of updates you get in Minecraft every 6 months or so, they've been doing that every week. Like, huge updates. Not just bug fixes because it's a new game, but they've been putting loads of content in every single week. It is crazy. Just watching the announcements coming out, I'm just reading these announcements like, holy crap, they just added 3 new biomes. What the hell? They are front-loading this game to a huge degree, there's always going to be more stuff to discover, and they want to make it as interesting and diverse in terms of like the NPCs you can meet, the animals, the monsters, all kind. Just front loading this game with so much stuff. And when they do eventually release it, and they're going to be releasing it to consoles, which will be 2 years down the line, or so. We don't know exactly. They just said that that's a future thing, but they would like to do a console version. And it will be completely interchangeable with the PC version. So it's not like they're going to be doing what they've done with Minecraft, and they've got a Java edition and then Bedrock edition. It's going to be Hytale. Just Hytale. And no matter what you're playing it on, whether it be Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, PC, whatever else it might come out on. Maybe, I was going to say Google Stadia, but that doesn't exist anymore. But if it comes out on all those other things as well, you'll still be able to play with all of us. So it will always connect to the same server, you know? It's not going to be a case of, oh, well, you got the Bedrock edition, so you can't play with the Java boys, you know? It's just going to be Hytale. I got a new PC recently. Very poor timing on my part. Oh my goodness, no. Oh, damn. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, Marley, sorry. How you doing, Marley? Welcome to the stream. And OJ, welcome to the stream, OJ. I should be looking up and down the chat to welcome everyone when they come up, not reading through chat and then getting to everyone. How are you guys doing today? I have a 300-year-old seal angel named Zach. Oh, okay. Oh, is that how you got the RAM? That would make sense, yeah. You need divine intervention. The hosting for Hytale will be more expensive, I think, and yeah, of course, I think Minecraft needs to warrant more activity as well. Yeah, I think that Hytale servers are a bit more expensive at the moment, but I'm not too worried about that. I think that if we've got enough people, you know, regularly contributing to the channel, we've got a fair few members already, but if we've got enough people contributing to the channel, it no longer becomes a concern. You know, I'm not too worried about that. I'm quite happy to keep a server running if you guys, you know, if there is actual money coming into the channel, because I don't want to, I don't want to sound selfish, but I can't afford to pay out for servers for every game under the sun. That's just not possible, unfortunately. I'd love to if I could, but I can't, so I won't. Is there a snowy biome in Hytale? Absolutely. There's a few different snowy biomes. And Iron's gotta eat. Exactly. Yeah. I think so. I don't remember if I saw one. My seed was too distracted by the monster fortresses across the sea. Yeah, so the way that the Hytale biomes, the way that the Hytale servers work, sorry, not servers, the Hytale worlds, that's what I was trying to say. You always start off in the same biome. You always start off in a grassy area. You always start off in, like, the Temple of Summoning. It's kind of like Dragon Quest Warriors. Not Dragon Quest Warriors, Dragon Quest Builders. If you play Dragon Quest Builders, you start off in, like, a little cave with a shrine in it. And that's basically how Hytale always starts. You start off with a little cave with a shrine in it, and you're in a grassy area. Your first job is to find the temple, go into the temple, and then it's up to you to explore. Everything else around you is then randomized, but you always start off in a grassy biome, which is actually really good. I kind of like that. I like the consistency of it, because there have been so many times in Minecraft that I have sat down to do a hardcore because I generally when I play Minecraft solo, I always play hardcore. So I'd sit down, start up a hardcore, and I'd be on like a 5x5 sand island in the middle of an ocean. And I'm literally traveling 3 days just to get to land. And that's kind of ridiculous. So I like the consistency of being able to start Hightail and knowing where I am. That's really good. I like that. OJ says, I'm doing great. I finished Life is Strange Double Exposure yesterday and I already said it was hilariously bad. But man, it got so much worse in the last hour of the game. I was so confused. It was really funny though. Yeah, no, I know you said that it was pretty poorly written. I kind of want to play it now just to find out, because it does seem wild. I've seen some other people talking about how badly written it is too. I kind of want to just check it out, but I might just wait for the explained, because that's probably going to happen. No, it's funny because it's badly written. It's just hilariously bad writing. And then you get exploded by a creeper. We don't get exploded by a creeper because we're talking about Hightail. Well, yes, okay, in the hardcore, yeah, that is true. Yeah, actually that has happened to me. Is that one time I spawned on a desert island out in the middle of the ocean, and I was traveling just through the just swimming, hoping to hit land, and as soon as I got there, I fell into a hole and there was a creeper waiting underneath. Immediate, like my hardcore was 3 days, 3 in-game days of traveling through the ocean just to fall into a hole and immediately get blown up by a creeper. That's not fun. That's really not fun. I don't like that. But that's why I like Hightail, because you got the consistent starting location. It's funny because it's so bad. As for explained, no idea how he's going to do that, because I've generally no idea how anyone can explain this game. There is a plot until it seems like... Oh, no, there isn't a plot until it seems like... Oh, okay. Wow. All right. I mean, he's already done some of the other ones. He's already done some of the other True Colors. He did True Colors, which is kind of all over the place. Like, even True Colors is kind of wonky. What was the other game that he did? Oh, Forspoken. Oh my goodness. He did Forspoken. Forspoken is just such a bad game. Oh. Like, it's just... Forspoken is the example, like a great example of, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. You know, it's just got this rhythm of, go over there, why? Don't ask questions, just go there. Oh, okay. You gotta fight this thing. What? But why? Why am I fighting this thing? Just cause it's the boss. Oh, okay. Okay, I fought the boss. Then you gotta talk to this, like, to a witch. And it's like, oh, but the witch doesn't really seem like a bad person. But they're the boss, so you gotta kill them. Alright, okay, so you kill the witch. And then, like, at the very end, it turns out that, like, all the witches were the good guys. Thanks. There you go. Wait, I was the villain? Le gasp. But yeah, a great example of, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. It's like, I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just playing the game. Alrighty, so Let's have a quick little chit chat then. We talked about Hytale, we talked about Minecraft. If you guys want to join the Minecraft server, I think there are probably, I think Tim can add you. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember if I gave him the operator role. If you do want to join us for Minecraft, you're welcome to do so. Do let us know in the Minecraft channel in Discord. You can find it in guilds and servers. So if you go to go into our Discord, go to the channel called guilds and servers, and then leave a message in the Minecraft VF server thread, and we'll see if someone can add you. Kiko can definitely add you when she jumps in later, but let us know. We need you to tell us what your Java Edition username is. It does not work with it does not work. Oh my goodness, what is happening? It doesn't work with Bedrock Edition. So let us know what your Java Edition username is in the Minecraft VF server thread, and people can add you. You're still very welcome to join us. I'm not gonna like remove the Minecraft server anytime soon. Ritterwolf is currently running it. He will be doing a switchover, so he's going to be switching it over from where it is currently hosted onto a physical drive that he has at home. So he's not going to be available to do that for the next week or so, but he will be at some point switching it over so that it's going to be self-hosted. Like, when I say self-hosted, I mean literally self-hosted. Like, on a hard drive in Ritterwolf's house, right? So it should be pretty solid from there on out, and it would be significantly cheaper than buying hosting. And if it does run really well, I might do the same thing for Hytale. Apparently you can run Hytale as well as Minecraft on a Raspberry Pi. So yeah, considering the possibility of running a Hytale server from our house, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like fun. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to do that, because I've never done something like that before, but hey, we all learn new things every day. If he could summarize the COOF with all the series of bullet points, then I have faith he can do Life is Strange. That's true, yeah. Oh my goodness, that was wild. Tim can't? Okay, cool, so Kiko can. That's fine then. Java Edition, so aka the good edition. Essentially, yeah. Minimum requirements to be a member of our Discord and to be known to us in the community, at least for a little while. Yeah. You've actually run a Minecraft server on a Pi? Not the best experience? Interesting. Okay, so Ritterwolf has tried it. Like, he's done some testing and it worked really well. So maybe it's been improved. It also depends on the internet connection. And Ritterwolf has got a ridiculously good internet connection. So in theory, it should be fine. But, you know, it's all going to be a bit of a trial and error. We'll see how it goes. As of right now, I don't know if that is possible with Hytale. Sorry, I couldn't think what it was called for a second. I don't know if it is possible with Hytale to be able to run it from your house like that, but I'm gonna give it a try if it's possible, you know. At very least want to give it a go rather than just saying, yeah, can't do that, and then moving on. Peeks in from the bushes of the shadows of my lurk. Welcome to the stream, Victor. How are you doing today? Alrighty, so yeah, like I said, I want to just have a quick little chat. Let's talk about what happened this week and why there's been no streams. So, last week, specifically Sunday, I started to feel really sick. So, we had the big event. Well, actually, this wasn't last week. This was 2 weeks ago now. Let me just pull up the... So, on Saturday the 4th, we had the AneurynPlays 3.1 update, right? And then on Sunday the 5th, I started to feel sick. I wasn't sure what it was, but I was having upset stomach. I had cramps in my stomach. I was in a little bit of pain. Wasn't anything too... wasn't too much of a problem. And I thought it was because Saturday night I made myself some pasta, I made some cheese sauce to go with it, and I figured, you know what, maybe I just screwed something up. Maybe I didn't clean the pan enough. Maybe there was something wrong with the cheese. I don't know. But I ended up feeling very sick on the Sunday, and I figured, you know what, we're just going to ride it out. And so Sunday I was feeling my worst. Monday I felt pretty bad. Monday went away entirely. Completely gone. Like, I was not sick at all, and I thought, okay, maybe it was the batch of cheese sauce that I made. So Tuesday, I made another batch of cheese sauce, and I had it with pasta. And Wednesday, I was in a lot of pain. Like, quite a huge amount of pain. But I did the streams anyway on that day, because I figured, you know what, it's really bad. But I can still stream. I can still talk. Bad stomach doesn't stop my mouth from moving. You know, that's what I said. I said that in the stream. A bad stomach doesn't stop my mouth from moving. So I decided that, you know, I'd continue streaming. And on Thursday, it didn't get better. And then on Friday, it felt like it got worse. And that's when I realized I have to take a break. I have to stop. Over the weekend, I was in so much pain in my abdomen, and I couldn't tell what it was unless you throw up. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. That does prevent you from talking. I have discovered this, yes. I was in so much pain that I couldn't sleep. So it wasn't even that, you know, oh, I can't sleep because I can't sleep, which is the usual thing for me. I was in so much pain that as I moved around, it would wake me up because I was in so much pain. And that was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday, though, it got a lot better, but it was still there. It was still difficult for me. And because I hadn't been doing anything over the course of the weekend, I needed to catch up on all the work which I hadn't done. Because I'm still working on stuff behind the scenes, you know? I'm not, I'm not saying like, oh, 3.1 is out, that's it, it's over. I'm still working on stuff, and there's a lot of stuff which still hasn't been done because of this delay. Because I was feeling sick. Did you go to hospital? No, I didn't go to the hospital. What happened was, I said to everyone, I think it was on Saturday, or maybe on Friday last week, I said, if it gets worse, or I should say if it doesn't get better, then I was going to go see the doctor this week, right? admittedly, I'd already been in pain for about a week at this point, so, you know, probably should have gone sooner. But, you know, if I'm gonna be sick anyway and I can't stream, I may as well go to the doctor's on a Monday, rather than going to the doctor's on Saturday or Sunday and pay an extra surcharge, you know? So I decided that on Saturday or Sunday, I would decide whether or not I wanted to go see the doctor on Monday. And I was feeling better on Sunday. I was still feeling bad, but I was feeling better. And so I decided, I tell you what, I'm going to give it one more day. And if I feel better on Monday, I won't make an appointment. But if I feel worse or if I feel the same on Monday, I'm going to make an appointment and go to the doctor on Tuesday. And I got better. I felt better on Monday and I felt a lot better on Tuesday. And as of yesterday, it was completely gone. So rather than, I didn't want to waste my money. That's another thing, you know, I don't like to talk about finances. You know, I rarely like to talk about memberships and super chats and stuff like that. Obviously, I'll shout you out if you do become a member, or if you do do a super chat or super thanks or something like that. But I don't like to talk about my personal finances, especially. And the reality is, we were cutting it a little bit tight. We'd made a big purchase, which probably should have gone towards me going to see a doctor, but we made a big purchase last week, and coincidentally, for the sake of my health. And the options were, I either spend this money and go see a doctor, or I spend this money and buy something towards improving my health. And so that's what we did. We chose the latter. Short illnesses will go away, but long-term health is something worth investing in. So that's what we did. And yeah, I think in the end I made the right decision, because even though I was still in pain on Monday, it was a lot better. And I started getting to sleep on Monday night. I slept on Tuesday just fine. I slept yesterday just fine. Albeit a little bit late. I didn't go to bed until like 7 a.m. this morning because I've been working my ass off. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's stomach flu, maybe. I don't think so. Like Hiko said there, we think it's gluten sensitivity. And I've been gluten intolerant for a little while. I generally have the opinion, though, that if it's going to kill me, then whatever. I'm going to live enjoying the food that I like, and if it kills me, then I die doing what I love. You know, I like bread, I like cheese, I like biscuits, I like my wheat, I like my gluten, okay? But yeah. I'm a little bit concerned that I may have gone, well, I definitely haven't gone full-blown celiac, but that's what we were worried about at the time, is that the amount of pain I was in, we were worried that I'd gone full celiac, and that's obviously a huge concern, but I don't think that's the case. I've eaten stuff with gluten in it since, and I'm fine. Just a little bit, you know, the usual upset stomach that gluten intolerance will give you, you know, and that's been it. It's not been a big deal. So I don't think I've gone celiac. I just think it was just a bad mix of things. I was eating pasta, and I was eating a cheese sauce, which has got flour in it. And I think it just, you know, the combination just kind of made me sick. Usually I'd have like a meat sauce or something like that with pasta, which, you know, anyone would tell you, like, you got your proteins going in there, you've got your You got your fibers and everything. It tends to push everything through. It's not like it'll sit and settle in your stomach. But if you're just eating past... Oh my goodness, I got hiccups. I'm sorry. If you're just eating pasta with like a cheese sauce, there's nothing else to like push it through. So I think that's what it was. It just had a lot of time to settle in my stomach and resulted in me being in a lot of pain, a ridiculous amount of pain. And so I had to take time off. I absolutely, there was no choice in the matter. I would love to have continued streaming, because I still agree with what I said. Bad stomach isn't, you know, doesn't stop my mouth from moving. But it absolutely did. I was in so much pain. I was in a crazy amount of pain. But that's dealt with now. And now it's just about catching up. And like I said, thankfully, I did take the first 3 weeks, first 3 days of this week off, which has allowed me to catch up on a few things. But I'm still by no means close to being where I want to be in terms of like the streams. So we're going to figure that out. We're going to work on it. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep pushing forward. We're going to make these streams even better. We're going to be working on new overlays and stuff, and new logos and stuff like that. And I'm going to just keep, you know, keep on keeping on, as they say. Augies, pink or brown, welcome to the stream. That's an inappropriate question, I feel, but there we go. To be fair, I could have just ignored you, but yeah, no, yeah. I'm not going to go into that kind of detail on the stream. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of, well, that's where I was at as of Monday and Tuesday. And where we're at right now is, like I said, kind of just working my way through catching up on the work that I want to do for the streams. One of the things you might notice is the stream has a different name. Last time we did a just chatting stream, it was just called Tea with Aneuryn. And I didn't like it. I gotta be honest. Yeah, let's have a little chat about the things that have changed since Aneuryn 3.1 released and where we are today. Okay, so like I said, these streams were originally just called Tea with Aneuryn, and I felt like that was just such a basic, boring name. Even when I announced it, I was cringing. I really was, because I couldn't think of anything. I wanted to call it something that alluded to the fact that it was just a sit down, have a cup of tea, have a chat sort of thing. And I figured, I don't know, what do I call this? Tea with Aneuryn. You know, just kind of blurted it out, and that's what we went with, and I wasn't happy about it. I gotta be honest. I was talking about the hair. Wait, what hair? Hang on. Wait. I read a tweet from Jay. Oh, from you're talking about Kiko. Oh, I'm sorry, Augies. My bad. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Wait, who's talking about hair? Hang on a minute. Hang on. I think I might not be seeing the entirety of chat. Yeah, I don't think I've seen... Oh, okay. All right. Maybe it's something that that YouTube censored or something. Hey Ronald, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yeah, so sorry, Oggies. Sorry, Oggies. My apologies. Wait a second, there's no T in the word Aneuryn. Alright, anyway, continuing on. Yes, I've noticed there's no T in the word Aneuryn. That's correct, Max. Thank you for this revelation. Anyway, yeah, so as I was saying, there's been a few changes. There's been a couple of changes since 3.1 that I've been working on. One of the things is, like I said, I changed the name of the chatting streams. Tea with Aneuryn, it's fine. It tells the story. It literally is what it says on the tin. But it felt just like so basic. And I wanted something to be a little bit more... I kind of wanted it to sound like a talk show radio program, you know? And just Tea with Aneuryn just felt so short. Kiko threw some examples at me, like Late Night with Alice Cooper. Or, and you know what? Say what you will about this person. I'm not his biggest fan. In fact, I'm not a fan at all. But Louder with Crowder. I tell you what, Steven Crowder absolutely won the lottery when it came with when it came to naming his program, because Louder with Crowder is absolutely phenomenal. Like, that is amazing. I don't like what he has to say. I'm not a fan of the guy, but definitely not. But I love the name. I genuinely do. I think that was excellent marketing. Louder with Crowder, perfect marketing there. I wanted something a little bit longer, something that wasn't just Tea with Aneuryn, you know? So I'm like, what do I want? How do I do this? How do I make something out of Tea with Aneuryn? And it's like, I need it to be longer. Right? I need it to be longer, and I want it to be alliterative. It needs to have rhythm. So I'm just like, okay, what do I do? How do I do this? Tea. Okay, tea. What can I do? How can I make this into a thing? Obviously, it's a chatting stream, so eventually I got to talking tea. And it feels a little bit more, it's got a little bit of a rhythm to it, you know? Talking tea with Aneuryn. And I liked it. And I was like, okay, it's simple. It doesn't really change much, but it does feel a bit better on the tongue. It's not so short anymore. And the other thing as well is talking tea is 3 syllables and Aneuryn is 3 syllables. So you've got talking tea with Aneuryn. You know, obviously don't pronounce it like that. Don't pronounce it Aneuryn, but it's 3 syllables. So they have the same rhythm, and everything kind of fits. Also, I can shorten it to that TNT, which I think is great. So yeah, just a little update. I also made the new neon lights logo, because that's what we were using for the community hangout, if you remember. So one of the things that I do want to point out is that something which we Kiko and I were discussing a little bit while I was sick, is the community hangouts. They've not really gone away. I just want to be clear about that one, right? It's not that we've stopped doing community hangouts. but we kind of shifted and rebranded a little bit. So the chatting streams are not going to be the community hangout anymore. But we talked about this when I first opened up memberships. That in the we talked about would I do an additional stream, like a members only stream, and I said that I probably wouldn't do anything particularly special for a members only stream, at very least not until we've got a lot of members to make it worth doing. And so what I decided was I'm going to keep the community hangout, and in the future that will be I will use that same name and relaunch it as like a members hangout, which we might do in the future. I don't know, but we need to have enough members to make it worth it in the future. Before I even consider doing that. So it's not gone away. The community hangout has not gone away. It's basically just turned into Talkin' Tea. So this is it. This is the new community hangout. It's kind of like a similar situation like what I said with the loading zone, which I will get into that in a moment as well. The loading zone was a name that I was looking for a project for. I had the name the loading zone for ages and I wanted to use it and I never had an opportunity to, and I kept adding it to things thinking, oh, this will work for the loading zone or that'll work for the loading zone, and it never felt right. This I feel like is the other way around. I want to do chatting streams, but I didn't have a name for it, and so like I just threw community hangout onto it because that's what it was. It was more description than a name. So with the Aneuryn 3.1 update, it has now officially got a name. It's Talkin' Tea with Aneuryn. Easy. Simples. Tim says Aneuryn talks. Now. Okay. A part of me was just going to ignore that, but I'm not going to. Right? I already have another channel saved. I'm squatting on it. Called Aneuryn Talks. And now I will not elaborate and move on to something else. Aneuryn's animated tea time supper show. Super show. Oh, not supper show. Sorry, super show. Yeah. I mean, that could work too. I mean, that's pretty cool. Oh no, the stream's gonna explode now. Oh no. Aneuryn's super happy, fun tea time and friends show. That may be a little bit too long. So is this the community hangout? Okay, right. Now, hang on. See, because I actually considered that one. I did actually consider that. I was going to go back through the community. You know, if I was to rename Talkin' Tea, or if I was going to rename Tea with Aneuryn to the community hangout, right? I would be able to get away with it because I could just change the spelling on community hangout in the past streams and act like it was always called the community hangout. But I can't. I can't call it that because that's what 𝗶𝗁𝗁𝗵 calls his community. It is the community. Yeah. So I can't do that. I thought about it. I genuinely did. And I'm like, oh, community? Community sounds really good, actually. Could I do that? Community hangout? And then I remembered where I'd heard it before. Yeah. Yeah, it's 𝗶𝗁𝗁𝗵. I still lovingly call Aneuryn's yapping Aneuryn time. Yeah, it's because everyone skips it. It's because everyone just skips over it. Oh shit, he's talking. Alright, moving on. Get to the game! Come on, monkey! Monkey dance! But, yeah, no, I did consider calling it the community hangout. I decided against it. Now then, onto loading zone. Now, you may have noticed, that we didn't do a loading zone on Monday the 6th. And you probably noticed that we didn't do a loading zone on Monday the 13th either. I might actually release loading zone on Sunday instead. But, you know, when it gets released is kind of up in the air. It doesn't really matter. It could be first thing on Monday morning. It could be last thing Sunday night. I haven't exactly decided. But the whole point of the loading zone is it's the first thing that you watch in the week. There we go. That's why it's a loading zone. There will probably not be a loading zone on the 20th either. And there may not be a loading zone on the 27th either. And the reason for that is because I am, like I said, I am massively behind because I was feeling sick, because I've been unable to like sit at my PC and work. I'm kind of, I think if I had spent the time to sit down and just work on through, I would have been finished by now. But unfortunately, because there was a lot of stopping and starting, it's kind of extended out how, you know, if you sit down and you work, and this is one of the things, I'm terrible for this, right? But I will sit down and I will work for like 8-9 hours, even until it's like 6-7 in the morning, just working on stuff on my PC for streams, for overlays, whatever it is that I'm working on. For code, I've been doing some coding stuff, which is really cool, which I'll talk about later. I will get stuck in and I will do that work. And ban Tim. I don't care that he's a member, ban him. That's it. You're gone, son. I don't even know what it means. Actually, I do, and I'm not telling you. Yeah, so I'll work until the early hours of the morning. I will work all night, but I know full well that if I do that, I'm gonna get something finished. If I have to stop and start, if I spend like 2 hours working on something, and then I go away, do something else, then I come back and I work for 2 hours, and then I go away, sleep, come back to it the next day, work on it for another 2 hours, go away and do something, come back, another 2 hours. It's going to take me twice as long to get it done than if I was to just sit down and work on it for 8 hours straight. Right? If I come back to it every so often and do a 2-hour stint, I'm only going to be halfway into the project. Right? And because I've had like 4 or 5 days where I wasn't able to work on anything, I am over a week behind. A week behind, which I would have done it already. It would have been finished by now if it wasn't for the fact that I was sick. It'll be done when it's done. Unfortunately, that is unfortunately what the, what it comes down to. That's the short way of doing it. Thank you, Ronald. Yeah. I've been working on it. What I did, the reason why it's taken me so long is because I was working on new graphics, new overlays. I showed you a bunch of them during the 3.1 announcement. I showed you some of the overlays. I showed you some of the graphics, and those are great. Those are fine. I'm not changing those. The problem is that the way I had them set up, it didn't work. there were way too many scenes. I don't know if you've ever used OBS before, you know how this works, right? You've got a panel which has got all of your scenes in it. Now, for my current setup, for just Talkin' Tea, I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 usable scenes, and then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 scenes which are kind of like parts. So, for example, this border that we've got going all the way around the edge, this is all on a... that's in a scene called overlay common top. So this is always there. So it means that if I change to a different scene, like if I go to the article scene, for example, you'll notice that the border hasn't changed. Even when it goes into the loading screen and then it comes back, the border never changes. The border never fades out. The border never goes to a different scene and then changes and then comes back or anything like that. It's always there. And the reason it's always there is because I've got that set up as its own scene. And then I import that scene into all of my other scenes. You and I sir need to have a discussion. Yeah, I know. I also did all the scenes for 𝗬𝗄𝗁 Plays, but unfortunately he works on Twitch, not Twitch, TikTok. I'm never going to understand that move, but you know, if he's doing well over there, I'm glad that he's actually getting the attention he deserves, because he's a fun guy. Honestly, he genuinely is. He's a really fun guy. But yeah, so I've got like common top is one of them. This pointer, this is its own scene. The pointer itself is its own scene, which is being pulled in, and because this scene is being shared across everything, again, I can go over here and I've still got the pointer, you know? So that's basically how I've got everything set up. I've got 4 scenes, which is loading, be right back, ending, sorry, starting, be right back, ending, and loading. And then I've got chatting, articles, reaction, and schedule, right? Those 8 scenes are what I need for Talkin' Tea. For AneurynPlays, I've got all of the gaming scenes, which is like another 10 scenes. So you can imagine that I have the 8 scenes, the standard scenes, plus another 10 scenes for gaming. And then I added to it all of the scenes I needed for the loading zone. And the new scenes that I needed for Talkin' Tea. I had like more than 30 scenes. And it was just way too much to deal with. It was way too complicated. Completely unnecessarily so. So what I've had to do is I had to basically rebuild everything so that it fit, so that it worked, so I could get everything working the way I wanted it, where it needed to be. And that means now I've got multiple scene collections. So I've got a scene collection for AneurynPlays, I've got a scene collection for Talkin' Tea, I've got a scene collection for the hunting party, which is something I was still working on. I was hoping to get that finished by 3.1, but I didn't, unfortunately. Now we do have it finished. And I've got the scene collection for loading zone. So everything had to be basically torn apart, separated out into different collections, and rebuilt. And so that's what I've been working on for the past 4 days. Like, non-stop. That is literally all I've been working on for 4 days. And because I've had to replace everything and move things into different collections, I've had to rebuild my Stream Deck setup as well. which is a pain in the ass, frankly. That is just to say, though, I've not been doing nothing. I've not been just sitting on my ass going, oh, my belly, oh no, I'm so sad. I've actually been working. I have been working real hard on trying to make sure that everything can come together. But unfortunately, we just aren't ready. We aren't there. We're here for talk and tea. We're good. We're ready to roll. Everything is set up, except I need to add a couple of couple more poses to this setup. And yeah, otherwise this, you know, the just chatting streams, we can do just chatting streams. We can do gaming streams. Those are not going to be a problem. And I am in the process of finishing up the Aneuryn Hunts streams, so that we're going to be able to do that on Monday, hopefully. And Loading Zone, it has been put on a back burner. It has. I'm really sorry, because I have once again promised that I'm going to get this done, and we haven't gotten it done. So give me another week or so, and we will start on the Loading Zone. But this is the thing, is like, the Loading Zone is going to be a project that's going to require me to sit down, do editing, do work with OBS, do work with putting the scenes together and everything. It's something that is going to take some time, and I need to be able to get into the swing of it. Need to get into the hang of it. So I don't have the time while I'm working on getting all the scenes fixed to be able to do this side project for the Loading Zone. Which is why I say it probably won't be next week, but it may be the week after. And if it isn't, I'm just going to have to say I'm sorry, and we'll start it in February, because I need to make sure that all the scenes are correct, so I literally don't have to work anymore on that stuff, you know, because this is filling up all of my time. Once I've got some spare time to be able to do recording and filming and all kinds of stuff that is going to go into the Loading Zone to be released on Sunday night, then... Did I say February? May. Sorry. Yeah. Once I get all of the overlays done, then I can actually have some spare time to do all of the work that I need to do for the Loading Zone. I have the pumpkin debuff. Staying up after midnight is super detrimental to our function the next day. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to learn that. Ghost, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I thought I might never talk to Aneuryn again. Don't worry, I'm coming back. Even if I get sick, you know, I will come back. Give me a few days. I tell you what, though, I did feel really bad. I felt really sick, and that it was. I wouldn't say it was the most pain I've ever felt. I've had some serious pain before, but like this was constant. You know, it was bad, but it was also constant and continuous. So not fun at all. It does kind of still feel like January, doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of does, I think. Maybe it's because of the Aneuryn 3.1 update, because we did that in, you know, 3.0 was in January. And so doing 3.1 feels like going back to the beginning and just doing it again. So, yeah, it kind of does still feel like January for me. You're right. Oh, that was the other thing. Oh, man. Right. So yesterday, I thought it was Tuesday. Yeah. So that was the reason why I didn't put a schedule out, or didn't put any of the stream waiting rooms up. I thought it was still Tuesday. And I'm like, oh, I've got another day. I don't have to worry about this. And I looked at my clock and it said, looked at my phone and it said Thursday. I'm like, nah, that's wrong. Nah, it's not Thursday. What are you on about? It's Thursday. It'd be like 2 a.m. Thursday. And I'm just looking at my clock on my phone thinking, no, that's gotta be wrong. There's no way. It's Wednesday now because it just ticked over. It was just Tuesday. And then I looked on my PC and my PC also said it was 2 a.m. on Thursday. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Ah! That threw me. That's another thing that completely threw me. You're a 3er? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Ronald? Max asked me, sir, do you nest all of your sources? Yes. For the most part. Well, no, not all of them. It's very important to only put certain sources into folders, because any sources that are in folders get shared across every instance of that folder. So you should only use folders for certain things. What I do is I make a scene. No, you shouldn't nest everything. You absolutely should not nest everything. What you do instead is you make a scene and then you import that scene. Which is, like I said, you know, not folders. What do you mean by nesting then? So, for example, the chat is one scene. The overlay is one scene. And then when I create what you're seeing, which is the chatting scene, I'm pulling in this scene, the overlay scene, the pointer scene. I pull all of those in. Is that what you mean? Well, I'll show you. I'll show you a peek behind the curtain. So what I'm going to show you now is the chatting scene. So basically that is a whole scene, and then I pull it in to the chatting scene so that you can see chat. That's not a folder. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by nesting? I also don't know what Ronald's talking about. What's a 3er? I'm a 3er. I don't know what that means. But no, the way I do it is I construct various elements in their own scene and then pull all of those scenes together into the final scene. That way I can use those. That's the reason, you know, like I said, like I showed you, the reason why the overlay, the border is available on every scene. It's the same reason that chat is available on every scene, because it's its own separate scene and I pull it into every scene individually. But it all depends what you mean by nesting. But hang on a second, do you use Streamlabs though, don't you? Last I checked, you use Streamlabs. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I don't use Streamlabs. I just use standard OBS. Nesting is like putting all your alerts in one scene so you don't... Oh! I don't have alerts. Nesting is like putting all of your alerts into one scene, so all you have to do is add a scene to the... Right, okay. I see what you're referring to. Yeah, that's basically what I do. I don't do that with everything. There are some things that you absolutely should not do that for, though. Like, for example, the character. The character, for example, I can't do that with the character. If I was to do that with the character, it wouldn't work. Because I also need to be able to switch it out so that, it's me and Kiko. And when we switch it out to me and Kiko, the positioning of the characters is a little bit wonky. And so I have to change it to make it fit on an individual scene-by-scene basis. And so, for example, using that as the example, I can't do that as a scene. I have to use a folder for that. What's the other thing? Oh, the other one that I use, this here, look. This is actually done in a folder. This is so much easier to do as a folder than it was to do as a scene. Because the app that I use is called Tuner. And Tuner looks at the scene you're currently on and says what's playing. But if you've got your media player on its own scene, there's nothing playing on that scene. Because it's just the media player. So, yeah, it's always wrong. So that has to be done in a folder as well. Yeah, there's not going to be, like, a lot of people are going to have their own way of doing things on OBS. Definitely. I use Streamlabs app to stream my gigs because the Twitch app is ours. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. Yeah. I gotta be honest, OBS on mobile, not great. I've tried using it. I find it really frustrating. The only time that I've ever streamed off of my phone, I've done directly in the YouTube app. Which is fine. It works fine. It does what it says on the tin. It gets me online. And that's it. That's all I really need if I'm doing a stream like that. Sadly, I can't do any sort of overlays and stuff like this. So, yeah. There's no OBS app? Yes, yes there is. Hang on a minute. Oh, okay. No, hold on. I completely misunderstood. No. I misunderstood. I went to, if you go to OBS, the OBS website, there's a list of mobile streaming apps. I misunderstood. I thought that these mobile streaming apps were actually versions of OBS. But they're not. They are third party. I use Moblin. I thought Moblin was a form of OBS. It's not. It's just being... OBS are just saying, hey, this exists. If you want to use it off of the... Sorry, not Moblin. That's iPhone. IRL Pro. I think that's the one I used. IRL Pro. Yeah, because that's the... Yeah. IRL Pro is on the Play Store. There we go. So, yeah, I tried that one. It didn't work very well. Well, I don't want to say it didn't work very well. Maybe I just didn't understand it, to be fair. But yeah, if you go to the obsproject.com/kb/ mobile streaming apps, it will give you a list of mobile streaming apps, but it actually says in the post, developing OBS for mobile devices is currently outside the scope of what this project is able to work on. So there we go. Yeah, I thought IRL Pro was like an OBS-based project, but it's not. In fact, I think the reason that I thought it was Moblin was because I was looking at Moblin, and that was the one that I wanted to use. It's iPhone only, I think. Yeah, only available on the App Store. I'm not entirely sure if IRL Pro is still getting updates. The website is so basic. I don't know. I tend to try to avoid Streamlabs, though. I'm not a fan of Streamlabs at all. I quickly exited the Streamlags. Yeah, there you go. Freudian slip, but accurate. The Streamlags OBS software, I exited that one immediately. Because they doxed me. I'm like, oh, no. No. Delete my account now, please. So in case anyone hasn't ever used Streamlabs OBS before, and I imagine that there's probably more people that have watched people that use Streamlabs OBS, they were originally doing an update back when I was still on Twitch. So this was in 2021. This was towards the end of my streaming on Twitch. They were doing some really cool updates. I thought that they were going in the right direction. It added a lot of functionality. It made it a lot easier for people to be able to donate and stuff like that, even if they didn't have a Twitch account. There was a lot of really cool stuff that they were adding. And, but to be able to receive donations and stuff like that, you had to put in your details. Right? So you had to say what your real name was. You had to put in your email address, obviously, and you needed to put in your bank details. And so what would happen is, have you ever used PayPal? What's it called? PayPal.me. Do you remember PayPal.me? I think PayPal.me still is a thing. But PayPal have got this functionality where you can literally go to someone's PayPal.me/username page, and you can just send them money, right? It doesn't have to be classified as like a donation or a payment or a service or anything like that. You just go to PayPal.me/their username, and you can send them money, right? It was kind of like that. It was kind of like that through Streamlabs. And I was like, yeah, I'm totally on board with this. This is a really cool system. I want to be a part of the beta for it. And so I signed up for the beta. And immediately regretted it. Immediately regretted it. Because if you went to my Streamlabs user page, so it was Streamlabs, I think it was streamlabs.com/user/AneurynPlays. I think that's where it was. Where it used to say AneurynPlays, it was replaced with my full name and email address. My full, real, legal government name and email address. And I'm like, no. No, 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 no. You can't do that. You absolutely cannot do that. And it took them a week to take it down. They have since changed it. But I was a big part of being instrumental in them changing that. Because it always showed your full legal name and your full email address. And I'm like, you absolutely cannot do that. And if you do not take it down, if you do not change this, I will be deleting my account. And it was a week later where they still hadn't taken it, they still hadn't changed it. I couldn't leave the beta test because once you were signed into it, you couldn't be removed from it because it completely changes how your your Streamlabs profile page was set up. So they couldn't go back to the old version. You were now on the new version. And so I turned around and I'm like, all right, that's it. Fine. I'm out. I quit. I'm not using Streamlabs anymore. And I sent them a message saying, I want you to delete my account. They said, oh, it's going to be difficult to delete your account, blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't care. Delete my account or else I will get the authorities involved. In 3 days, they had deleted my account. So, yeah. I wasn't happy about that. I think it also showed my phone number. I think that was another thing. I think it wasn't necessarily that it was always visible, but you were able to see my phone number. There was a way to get you to be able to see it, even if you weren't signed in, which I thought was insane. So I sent them a huge message telling them everything that was wrong with the beta, and told them I want to be out of the beta, and they couldn't remove me from the beta. So I just deleted my account. I lost everything. I had to rebuild everything. And then I lost my account in, I wasn't able to stream in November because of the flood. So that was about, I think it was September, where I had the falling out with OBS, with Streamlabs, not with OBS. In September, I had to switch over to regular OBS. And then in November, the flood happened, and I wasn't able to stream at all. So, complete waste of my time. Complete waste of my time switching over to OBS. But no, that was not fun. I was not impressed with that whatsoever. How they could be so negligent as to just reveal all of that information so easily. Absolutely disgusting. Anyway. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad that I'm no longer on Twitch, and I'm glad that I'm no longer using Streamlabs. I'm looking at, like, even OBS, though, are saying that Streamlabs Mobile is actually pretty good. I can only hope that Streamlabs have gotten better over time. But one of the other things as well, like the premium service for Streamlabs, it was such a... I don't think it was worth it, at very least not at the time. Definitely, at the time, it just felt like there wasn't enough being offered. It didn't make it worth it to pay for the premium. In my opinion. In my personal, humble opinion. Yeah, I mean, I need to close something because I'm being distracted by GIFs. Aneuryn's privacy was violated, absolutely, in a huge way. But I'm glad that it's gone. I'm glad it's behind me. Streamlabs is a company that admitted to stealing all the base code from OBS. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Kiko mentioned the stolen code allegations up above. But yeah, they basically just went, yeah, we did. I mean, technically, because OBS is open source, there's no legal... nothing to stop them from doing that. So it did kind of bother me that they were getting a free open source platform. And then they made it, you know, give it a premium option. And it's like, really? Really? You're stealing the source code? And now you're gonna charge us for it? Okay. If you say so. Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit the mute button. Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, if you say so. It's like, why would you do that? I don't know, wasn't a fan, really wasn't a fan, honestly. Imagine selling something you got for free, like water. Yeah, looking at you, Nestle. We're looking at you, Nestle. Nestle, aka the company that brought you such hits as water is not a human right. What an amazing, man, such humanitarians. Am I right? Humanitarians at Nestle. Water is not a human right. How cool is that? What wonderful people. Oh boy. Anyway, that's enough bitching and moaning, I think. I've already told you everything that's gone wrong. I've already told you everything that's gone wrong so far this week. So, let's talk about some cool stuff. Let's talk about some video games. Yes, humanitarians, I'm sure they eat plenty of them. Yeah. Yeah, you know, like vegetarian and pescatarian, except humanitarian. Sells Betamax recordings of Aneuryn streams. Do you know, I would be behind that. I'm okay with that. Yeah. You do that. Hey, if you can get my streams, right, and you can record them to a Betamax, I am gonna give you permission to sell that, alright? If you can find anyone that wants to buy it, all power to you. It's the same rule that I have when it comes to, like, when we were living in the apartment. Like, we were living on the top floor of the apartment, and so downstairs we had a security door. There was a nice big solid door to our apartment. We were on the 3rd floor, and we used to leave the balcony door open, unlocked, right? Because who's going to climb up onto the 3rd floor balcony and break in and steal our stuff, right? So my theory was, if you were able to successfully get up onto the 3rd floor balcony, come in and then carry our TV out, you deserved it. Yeah, congratulations, you've won a prize. You know? That was my philosophy, was ultimately, you know what? You put the effort in. Congratulations, you won a TV. So I'm going to use the same philosophy when it comes to these streams. I tell you what, if you want to put these streams onto a Betamax and you can actually get sales, you deserve that money. Congratulations, you won a prize. Specifically Betamax. No putting them onto DVDs, because that's too easy. You sitting there watching them and egging them on and then applauding as they walk out with it. They would have to climb down with it. If they broke... See, the thing is, if they break into the apartment, right, and they try to carry the TV and they drop it off the balcony, that's covered by insurance. But... you know, they're not allowed to just walk out through the front door. That's cheating. If they can get up and they can carry the TV back down the balconies, they can keep it. Yeah, instant disqualification, see? Yeah, you get it. I was looking for something. There was something I wanted to chat about, gaming related, but now I can't remember what it was. I had a bunch of things that I wanted to chat about. It was like gaming, like cool gaming stuff, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, 𝗶𝗁𝗁 looks like it's doing really well. There's a lot of people that really like the look of 𝗶𝗁𝗁. There's been some really good reviews for it. There's one downside with 𝗶𝗁𝗁. Unfortunately, it does appear that the game is still using Denuvo, but there's a really interesting little workaround that you can basically turn Denuvo off, and the company, the Denuvo company itself, is just like, we don't know how to stop you from doing this. We really want to, because we enjoy ruining your games. And they can't figure out how to stop people from doing it. Which is amazing. I love it. I love it when companies like Denuvo get shat on from a great height. Was it a game of some description? It was, yes. 𝗶𝗁𝗁 was just one of the games. There's been a lot of really cool pieces of news, little bits of information that I've been picking up on as we've been, you know, while I've been not streaming. Mega Man X Lone Wolf and Cub, essentially, yeah. It looks like it's gonna be a really fun game. I'm really looking forward to it. And, I don't know which version I'm gonna get. I kind of want to get it if they release it as a game, like a physical cartridge for Switch. I'm probably gonna buy that anyway, but I think I want to play it on Xbox. My channel's turned into the Capcom channel, so, you know, it is what it is. Right now, we're playing Monster Hunter on Mondays. We play Monster Hunter Stories and Resident Evil. That's like, I'm just the Capcom channel at this point. And when we finish playing Resident Evil, which should be this Saturday, I'm going to be switching over to 𝗶𝗁𝗁. And I'm like, oh, okay then. I guess 𝗶𝗁𝗁. I guess welcome to AneurynPlays Capcom. He's a Capcom shill. You'd think that, wouldn't you? Yeah. I completely understand why some people might think I was a Capcom shill with all the Capcom games that I'm playing right now. But I gotta be honest, they're doing, you know, they're doing a really good job. I can't deny it. I really like what Capcom are doing right now. There's been a couple of things which I've just gone, not a fan of that, from like the business perspective. But when it comes to the games themselves, the games are phenomenal. Like, they've been doing really bang up job of making these games incredibly enjoyable. Like, there are things that I'm not a fan of when it comes to Monster Hunter Wilds. We've talked about this. We've talked about this ad nauseum. So I'm not going to go into that any further. I don't want to talk about that again. But, you know, with Monster Hunter Wilds Ultimate Edition going to be coming out in the future, we're going to be getting some new information on that in June, which I'm really excited for, because I want to like Wilds. That's the thing, is I really do. I want to like Wilds. But, yeah. Resident Evil 9, amazing game. Really happy with it. Probably one of the scariest Resident Evil well, probably is the scariest Resident Evil game. 7 was really good as well. But I think 9 has definitely taken the cake as being the scariest of the Resident Evils. Without a doubt. Like, 2 is good. I like 2, but it's not that scary. It's just really tense. And, yeah. So, yeah, Resident Evil, 100% loving Resident Evil 9. Monster Hunter Stories, another amazing game. I was surprised at how far through the game I've actually gotten. I thought that I was only in like chapter 2 or something. I'm like chapter 8. I was not aware of that. I'm like halfway through the game. I was genuinely surprised when I saw, because every now and again what I do is I look at a walkthrough. I don't look at anything that I haven't played already, but I look through the walkthrough to see how far through the game I am, so I can get an idea for when to post, hey, this is going to be like probably the final episode. And yeah, I was so shocked when I looked at what chapter I was on in Monster Hunter Stories 3, because we've actually kind of sped through it quite quickly. Surprised. I know the little android is supposed to be helpful and pull her weight in the Alliance, but every time I look at her with the dude, I just think of that picture of the cheetah cub looking up at its mom. Yeah, someone posted on Twitter earlier today, this game is a Japanese ploy to bring out the built-in dad instinct of male gamers, increase birth rates worldwide. It's like, yep, probably. Japan's been doing that, you know? Japan's been doing a lot of that, been pushing the, trying to encourage people to want to have kids. Because Japan's got lowering birth rates, and it's not great. The birth rates are going down, and the age of the population, the average age of the Japanese population is going up. And that's not good. They could result in a societal and economic collapse if they don't figure something out. And so they're trying to encourage people to have more kids, you know? And, like, it's been going on for a while, but yeah. I think that this is just one of those games that is designed to try to get that fathering instinct, you know, to make men want to have a kid, want to have a young daughter or a young son to play video games with. And like, a lot of people criticize Japan because of the surrogate stuff that they keep doing, like the virtual girlfriends and stuff like that. But I think it's actually, I think it's more that it kind of was a plan that backfired. I think that the virtual girlfriend stuff was designed to try to give people, virtual boyfriends as well, they do exist, was designed to give the Japanese population a sense of what it's like to be in a relationship, so that they would then go on to have a real relationship. But instead it kind of got stuck and it went the opposite direction. And instead of giving them an idea for, all right, now I need to go out and get a real girlfriend or a real boyfriend, they just kind of surrogated onto the AI, and that went horribly wrong. You're a Nintendo apologist, kinda. I'm not. I'm really not. Well, I don't think I am. Children in that economy, it's more likely than you think. I don't think I'm a Nintendo apologist. I don't. I'm just not afraid to turn around and say, this is, when I see people turning around and saying, hey, Nintendo are evil because this, and this, if I disagree that that is accurate, I will just say no. But I've called out Nintendo more times than I've defended them. I sent you the reel where they replaced Mr. X with Mr. Blobby. Yes, you did. That was horrific. That was genuinely terrifying. Yeah. That was actually scarier than Mr. X. Mr. X is nothing compared to Mr. Blobby. That is genuine terror. There's a whole anime about high school or college boys with a babysitting. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was. There was, the other one, there was also Beelzebub. It wasn't really a babysitting club, but there was a bunch of high schoolers that were looking after, a child, and the child was basically a little shit called Beelzebub. Like Beelzebub, but they separated off the word bub to, you know, like baby. It was Beelza space bub. Which was barking up the tree, generally, barking up the wrong tree. Generally, men do want families, but they give up because modern Japanese women are too busy suffering for their careers. It's the... Yeah, it's a really unfortunate situation when you've got a bunch of different clashing, dissonant aspects of your society. At the end of the day, you know, Japanese society is still very traditional. Their culture is still very traditional. Japanese women are told that they should always try to get a man that is above them in station. Whether that be social standing or financial or in the job market or whatever it might be, women are always told you need to marry a man that is above you in station. But because of the way that that society has been changing in Japan, and it has become a lot more balanced in terms of women being able to get higher paying jobs, whereas previously there was very much so a glass ceiling effect. Women are getting higher paid jobs, and now they're saying there's not enough men for them to date, because despite the fact that they are now the breadwinners, they are still looking for men that are above them. So you've got these women that are like CEOs and owners of companies, and they're saying there's literally no men that I can marry because there's no one above me. And it's like, then start slumming it, I guess. marry a suffering coder, right? If you're a CEO and you're making a butt ton of money, then marry a developer, marry a coder, marry a website designer or an artist. But no, they're still looking for people that are earning, for men that are earning more money than they are. You're the breadwinner now. Congratulations, feminist one. You know? What? You can't have it both ways. You can't be, I'm the super rich one. Now I'm the breadwinner. I'm the one that's on top. And then turn around and say, but I need a man that has got more money than me. No. You're the one with the more money now. Start slumming it. Date a regular dude. I'm the captain now. Exactly. You're the captain now. You're the captains now. Now you gotta marry below your station. That's how it works. That's how the men had to do it. They married below their station. Now you're in charge. Now you're the bosses. Now you're the CEOs and the presidents. Start slumming it. Alright, Kiko dropped off a second cup of tea for me, so I'm just going to quickly go and pick that up. And because the one that is currently in my hand has gone cold. And I will be just... in fact, I'm not even going to go to be right back. I'm just going to mute my microphone and go pick it up. So, hold on a second. Alrighty, I'm back. I've got a cup of tea. I've got a new cup of tea. Fresh and hot. Lovely. But yeah, Pragmata looks like it's going to be a really good, really fun game. Looking forward to starting playing it next week. I'm hoping that we can finish Resident Evil 9 on Saturday. I think we're close to the end. In theory, I should be able to just get through it. I think there's like 2 chapters left. Because we just did the... we just got into the arc. So... I believe... after going into arc, there's just like 2 chapters. And it's not even like 2 full chapters. There's a chapter where you play in the arc as Leon. And I think there's going to be a chapter where you play as Grace. And that's it. That's the end. So... we should be able to finish that on Saturday. And then next week we'll move on to Pragmata. And I'm really, really excited for this. The game looks great. Like, from the moment that I saw it, I was like, this looks really interesting. This looks really fun. I like the real-time hacking mechanics. There's like, you're controlling the main character. I can't remember what the main character's name is. You're controlling the main character and you're controlling Diana almost separately. Like, you're running around as the main character and he's got a gun and you can attack enemies with the gun. But at the same time, you're also controlling Diana, who is either running alongside him or is just like latched onto his back. And she can hack into the robot enemies as you're fighting. So on one hand, you're trying to move out of the way, you're dodging, you're ducking, you're weaving, trying to avoid attacks from the enemies, while also shooting the enemies and controlling Diana as she's doing these hacking mini games to try and disrupt the robot enemies, like shields and defenses, lower their attack, probably add like status ailments and stuff like that. I really love this concept. It's a really cool idea. Oh, his name's Hugh. I just saw it. There's like a little cutscene that's playing on X. Oh, she looks so happy. Oh, she's adorable. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this game. And I'm terrified that it's gonna have a sad ending. I am genuinely terrified it's gonna have a sad ending. Yeah. Just looking on my, the reason I'm on X right now is I'm currently looking through the stuff that I've retweeted recently and thinking, what was it that I wanted to talk about? I need to keep notes. I need to actually write stuff down. Because I suck at doing this. I need to always have like a notebook on me so that I can write down when something happens. So that I can talk about it later. I tend to retweet stuff, but clearly I've forgotten to do such a thing. And that was kind of dumb of me. Oh, sort of video games, but movies. There's been some really interesting developments when it comes to video game movies, this week, which is really cool. So the Legend of Zelda live action movie that's going to be coming out in 2027. I think it's 2027. Yeah, 2027. So the Legend of Zelda movie is coming out next year. This time next year. It's going to be in April or May next year. They just wrapped filming. It's done. It's complete. It's finished. They finished filming it. Now it's going into post-production. And then we're going to see, you know, some actual trailers. We're going to start seeing some more news about it. And yeah, that's great news. From what I've seen so far, just some of the photographs, it looks really good from what I've seen. I'm wondering if they're gonna make it into a like a multi-part series of movies. It'd be really cool if they did. I would definitely be down for seeing the development of a movie series rather than just a single movie. But because one of the things that I thought that they would do is that they would focus it on Ocarina of Time. I figured, you know, seeing as in 2028 it's going to be the 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time, and this year is the 30th anniversary, the 40th anniversary of Legend of Zelda, that the movie would be very heavily influenced by Ocarina of Time. And it doesn't look like that's what they've done. And I'm okay with that. But I did have an idea for how they might do it. And that was that they could film all of the... If they'd already written the entire story for 2 films, they could do the filming for the first movie and any parts of the second movie that require the actors to be young. And then they could wait 5 years so that the actors look older, and then do the adult version of the scenes for Ocarina of Time in the adult timeline, or the adult era, 7 years later era. And I thought that would be a really cool way of doing it, because they, you know, if you've already got Ocarina of Time, you basically know what the script is. You know how it goes. So it would be a lot easier for them to do something like that. But it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. It seems like it's going to be its own individual story, its standalone story. Just going to be Legend of Zelda, where you see Link and Zelda adventuring through Hyrule. And it looks like 𝗵𝗵 is going to be a big part of the project as well. In fact, there was a leak. Someone filmed some footage from the set. And it showed Zelda walking around and 𝗵𝗵 was with her. And it looks okay. Like, there's always the concern that when you make a movie, when you make a live action movie out of a video game, is that some things can look really dorky. Some things can look really out of place. One of the great examples of this is Monster Hunter. Ignoring the fact that the plot is awful, when you actually look at the stuff that they've done, like certain weapons and things that are made to look like the weapons from Monster Hunter, they look too bulky. They don't look right. And because of that, it kind of destroys the sense of realism that doing a live action movie implies. You know, when you have an animated movie, it doesn't matter. You can have ridiculously over the top swords, right? You look at anything like Final Fantasy Advent Children. You know, there's an example for you. Any sort of any sort of animated, whether it be 3D animation or 2D animation, wherever it might be, when you've got someone using a ridiculously oversized sword, you can make it look fine. It can look okay. But when you've got a live action sequence with someone using an oversized sword, it just looks bulky and weird, and physics don't work properly. Because obviously it's being designed to be lighter than it actually would be, so that you could swing it around. But that then looks different. The way that you would hold a sword, the way you would hold a greatsword in real life, is not the same as you would hold a greatsword in a video game. And the way that your body positions, which muscles are active, all these micro things that you would see in a human body when carrying a weapon of that scale, you don't see. It's just not there. And so it doesn't look real. You can't quite pinpoint why. Sometimes it's because they move it too quickly and it just feels off. But then there's little things like micro movements of muscles and such, where you just your subconscious notices it, but you don't, and it turns into kind of like an uncanny valley situation. So I've been worried, like, I'll be honest, I'm hopeful for the Zelda movie, but I've been worried that they're going to introduce a bunch of stuff and I'm going to go, that just doesn't look right in live action. Like, Zelda has never really gone for a high fidelity, realistic look in their art style. It's always been anime adjacent. Like, you look at stuff like, it's probably the most high fidelity, realistic looking art style was Twilight Princess. And by realistic, what I mean is brown. But Twilight Princess is still very much so anime, you know? And when you look at the modern stuff like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, those games look like a Studio Ghibli anime. Probably the least anime looking is also the most animated looking, and that's Wind Waker, of course. It looks like Powerpuff Girls. But it's one of those things, you know, Zelda has never been realistic looking, and now they're doing a live action movie. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit worried. I'm hoping that it's gonna be fine, but I am a little bit worried that it's not going to... I'm afraid it's not going to land. But from what I've seen, some of the leaks, some of the clips, the screenshots, it looks pretty good. I'm glad that they decided to give Link a green tunic. That was one of the things that was going to bother me, is that if they had given Link a blue tunic in the movie, I would have been less than content. I mean, sure, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, it's blue tunic time, right? But, you know, Legend of Zelda, Link wears green, okay? Link wears green. Aneuryn, can I have another tea? Yes. Go have another tea. Yeah. What was the other one? What was the other movie? There was 2 movies. Oh yeah! Jacksepticeye. Okay. So this is something that's really interesting, and I was curious as to, like, let me pull up my post for this. Hang on a minute. Can I use this? Can we use this? Hang on. There we go. Hey, look at that. Hey, actual use for my article scene. What about that? All right. So it was just announced. I got this quote tweet from Discussing Film. An R-rated animated Bloodborne movie is in the works, and Jacksepticeye is developing the film. That's really interesting. Now, if you go to this scene, right, if you go to this, you see a lot of people posting some really, I don't know, out-of-pocket comments, like, just because the first popular YouTube did a movie doesn't mean a loud Irish popular YouTuber should be following suit. This has bad written all over it. I mean, like, what? Biscues? I cannot agree with that. I can't agree with that at all. Just because one look, I can understand the sentiment. Just because one YouTuber was successful doesn't mean another YouTuber will be successful. I get that. I understand that. But I don't think that's what's at play here. In fact, what I'm seeing from a lot of these comments is this YouTuber was successful, therefore no other YouTuber can possibly be successful. And if you go through the comments, there's a lot of people talking like that. The world is in an interesting place when I trust YouTubers to care more about source material than a major studio. Now, this is something I can get behind. In fact, this is exactly what I said. Considering the absolute garbage we get from the established studios and individuals who claim to be fans, and then they make Monster Hunter, I'm 100% behind real fan of the series being in charge of this project. I'm looking forward to it. And that's basically where I'm at. I don't think a lot of people in Hollywood really give a shit about video games. In fact, I think a lot of people in Hollywood really dislike video games. And my reasoning for that is simply because in Hollywood, you know, they used to be the big boy on campus. You know, for a long time, Hollywood was the big boy on campus. They were the entertainment industry that was making the most money. They were doing loads of, you know, these multi-movie crossover blockbusters with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And they were on top. When it came to an entertainment medium that was making money, they were on top. Hollywood was always on top. But then somewhere around like 2016, everything flipped. And it was video games make the most money. And I don't think Hollywood has ever forgiven them for overtaking them. And so you see a lot of people in Hollywood that joke at the idea of video games, you know? They scoff at it. Even some actors, right, that take part in video games will mock video games. Like, you look at the guy that played, oh, what was his name? The guy that played one of the characters in GTA. Let's see. Trevor? Was it Trevor? Yeah. So the actor that plays Trevor, his name is Stephen Ogg. If you go looking for anything with Stephen Ogg where they've mentioned Grand Theft Auto 5, he is so antagonistic. It's absolutely ridiculous how antagonistic he is. You've got some of these other, you know, some of the other actors, like the guy that plays Michael, Ned Luke, right? Ned Luke he loves the character. He loves that he was a part of Grand Theft Auto. And so when people want to talk to him about it, when people want to do an interview with him about playing Michael in Grand Theft Auto, he's like, yeah, I'm totally behind this. Yeah, let's talk about it. This is awesome. Stephen Ogg, on the other hand, really antagonistic. To the extent that Stephen Ogg has got a... he's got an account on... What's that website where you can... Cameo. So Stephen Ogg, the actor behind Trevor Phillips, one of the 3 main characters in Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the highest grossing, best-selling video games of all time, has got a Cameo. And people can go to Cameo and they can hire... If you've got a Cameo profile, people can come to Cameo and they can say, hey, can you do this for me? We pay you whatever you ask for, you know, you put your rates and everything, and you can ask them to do a bit, maybe like act something out, maybe just do a voiceover, maybe just do like an introduction to a video. If you're doing something on YouTube, you send them a message, you say, hey, I want you to do this, and this. It's going to be used for a YouTube video. It's going to be used as a birthday present. It's going to be used as a phone ringtone, whatever you want to do. You send them a message, you tell them what you want, and then they can choose to say no, right? There's always the option for, no, I don't want to do that. Thank you for your interest. And they don't charge you, right? Stephen Ogg doesn't do that. Stephen Ogg never says no. What he does is he does a video berating you for asking him to do a Trevor impression. And there are so many videos. You can find it on YouTube. You can just find them. Like, just search for Stephen Ogg Trevor cameo response or something like that, right? And you get these cameos, these videos by Stephen Ogg berating the person, saying, you know, I'm not really Trevor, right? That's just a stupid video game character. You could just ask me to do something as Stephen Ogg. It doesn't always have to be Trevor Phillips, you know? I'm not Trevor Phillips. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not this. I'm not that. I've never killed anyone. And you're an idiot if you think that I'm Trevor. And it's like, no, but you're the actor that played him, and we would like a short video as though you were him. You are an actor, right? And that's the thing, is like he'll constantly be like, oh, you know, I'm an actor, right? I'm not really Trevor. And then you got, like I said, then you got people like Ned Luke, who plays Michael DeSanta. And he's like, yeah, I'll do a video as Michael, absolutely. I am super grateful for the opportunity to play Michael in Grand Theft Auto 5. That's a really cool thing. I'm glad to have been a part of it, and I want to continue to cultivate the fan base that I have gained because I did Grand Theft Auto 5. Stephen Ogg hates the fact that he was in a video game. Absolutely hates the fact that he was in a video game. It's wild. It's absolutely insane to see someone crash out so hard that someone is asking them to reprise a role for a cameo. That's like the whole point of cameo. You know, you can talk to any actor and say, hey, could you do a bit as... I don't think Christopher Lloyd has got a cameo, but you could basically just call up Christopher Lloyd and say, hey, can you do a bit as Doc Brown for me? And he'll be, yeah, sure. Dude's ego is misplaced. I completely agree. I see this a lot in Hollywood, though, you know? I found it very frustrating when, what's his name? Agent Elrond, Queen of the Desert. When he was doing Megatron, like, he really shat on Transformers and the fans. Like, he said, there was an interview where he was asked, you know, is this a role that you really wanted? Is this something that, you know, you've been looking forward to doing? Is it, you know, does it have a place in your heart? Did you grow up with Transformers? And he just laughed and went, no, I'm literally doing this for a paycheck. This is bullshit. This stupid, movie isn't, it's not a real movie, you know? He was so antagonistic towards it and basically just shattered. There are so many people out there that wanted that role. There were loads of actors that were saying, man, I grew up with Transformers. I wish I could play Megatron. It's going to be really cool being in, you know, Hugo Weaving's hands. He's a great actor. He's going to do a great job. And then during an interview, he laughs at the idea that he even cared about the project. Absolutely repugnant behavior. And I feel like this is an antagonism that exists in Hollywood towards anything that isn't proper cinema, you know? Video games, cartoons, nah, that's shit, that is. That's rubbish. No, it's not real cinema, you know? And unfortunately, we live in a world in 2026 where there are so many people that are antagonistic towards video games still, especially in Hollywood, because Hollywood is not making as much money as video games are. Video games being the single highest entertainment industry in the world, and it's not even close. Billions of dollars ahead of movies. And it feels like movies is a dying art form. Like, there are often some really good movies that come out. I think of like 1917, Oppenheimer. There's some good art movies, you know, that are still coming out occasionally. But I feel like cinema, proper cinema, doesn't really exist anymore. You know, it's all reproductions of video games and cartoons and books and stuff like that. It's never its own thing. So I can kind of understand where the antagonism comes from, but it is always misplaced. It is always targeting other media rather than targeting the people who are failing to write good stories. And that's the thing. That's the part that, you know, they all kind of huddle together and protect each other and be like, no, you can't complain about this director. He's such a good director. Then why hasn't he directed anything of value in 10 years? Oh, you can't complain about this writer. We just recently saw this. The writer for Hail Mary said that the new the new Star Trek series were trash, and I agree. And he was attacked. He was attacked online with all kinds of harassment and threats because he dared to say that he didn't like another writer's work. I don't like their work either. I don't like what's his name? Who's the guy that's the showrunner for Star Trek? Alex Kurtzman. Yeah, nah, he sucks. There you go. I said it. Alex Kurtzman, he can't write for shit. There we go. But yeah, you can't criticize, you can't say anything, you can't disagree. You gotta be in lockstep with Hollywood 100% of the way, or else or else you get ousted. And so when I see creators from YouTube, people who are genuine fans of a series, like Jacksepticeye, he is genuinely a fan of Bloodborne. We know he's a fan of Bloodborne. He has played it multiple times. He talks about it a lot. He knows what Bloodborne is really about. He's not going to be someone who comes along and says, I want to make a Halo movie. Also, we're changing literally everything. Like, there's going to be a Yakuza TV series coming out. It's in I think it's in development right now, and the writers have already said that it's not going to be about Kiryu Kazuma. Then don't call it Yakuza. If it's not about the characters in Yakuza, don't call it Yakuza. It's that simple. It's that easy, folks. They've been talking about a Mass Effect TV series. They were talking about a Mass Effect TV series for like 10 years now. But the whole thing is that it was never going to be about Commander Shepard. Cool. Then don't make a Mass Effect TV show. I can't believe how easy it is to not screw up a video game TV show or movie. Then you've got people like oh my goodness, I can't remember what the guy's name is. He recently did the Devil May Cry animated series. Devil May Cry animated series. No, that's the wrong one. That was the 2007 one. That's the wrong one. Netflix. Devil May Cry from Netflix was created by Adi Shankar. That's right, Adi Shankar. He comes in, he acts like he's a big fan. He acts like he's a big fan of Devil May Cry. And then he makes an animated series for Netflix, which is just a thinly veiled anti-Trump series. An entire 12-episode series. Oh, is it 10 episodes? I don't recall. Of just, I hate Trump. And that's fine if you hate Trump, if you're not interested in, if you want to go about, you know, talking about your politics like that, sure, that's fine. I'm never going to tell someone that they can't. It is absolutely your right to tell your story. But don't steal ours to do it. Don't co-opt a video game to sell your political message. Especially a video game that had nothing to do with it. Devil May Cry is completely apolitical. Except for the fact that we're talking about the politics of hell. Right? It's a completely apolitical series of video games. And yet, here we got Adi Shankar making Devil May Cry and turning it into an anti-Trump message. Unfortunately, Adi Shankar is also going to be making another new series. I can't remember what it was he was connected to. Like, everyone thought the Devil May Cry was gonna be good because he also worked on Castlevania, right? Good reason to think that, you know, Devil May Cry was gonna be a good series, but no. Let's see. I can't seem to find it, but Adi Shankar was connected to... he's currently got something called an unnamed project on IMDb. But it was connected to another video game franchise, and I don't recall what it was. I think it was at the end of last year as well. Yeah, I can't... Yeah, well, anyway, he was connected to another series, which was supposedly going to be another video game series. We don't know if there will be, if there's going to be... Oh, hang on a minute. That says 2021. That's old news. Oh, here we go. Hang on, I found it. Shankar's announced plans to develop adaptations for franchises such as... Prepare to cringe. Assassin's Creed, PUBG, Hyper Light Drifter, and Duke Nukem. Those are the ones that that Shankar's been connected to. Assassin's Creed, PUBG, Hyper Light Drifter, and Duke Nukem. No, thank you. I don't want to be watching a Duke Nukem series and have Duke Nukem going off about Trump. I don't want to be watching a Hyper Light Drifter series with these super stylized, over-the-top battle sequences and amazing combat, and then complaining about the state of America. You can, if you want to make a TV show about that, make it about that. Don't use video games. Don't take someone else's story and shoehorn it into your own agenda. Anyway, this whole thing comes down to, I am in approval of Jacksepticeye making a Bloodborne series. I am. Absolutely, 100% I am. Because I think that an actual fan of the series is not going to make those mistakes. At least I would hope not. I would like to believe the Jacksepticeye is not going to make Bloodborne and turn it into an anti-Trump message, an anti-𝗬𝗓 message, an anti-Europe message, an anti-Britain message, wherever it might be. I don't think Jacksepticeye would defile the project by making Bloodborne into a political message to spout his politics. I can't imagine that he would ever do that. And it's sad that there's so many people in this thread. Brotherhood of the Wolf. Yeah, there we go. There's your actual Dark Souls movie right there. There's so many people in this thread that are saying things like, Bloodborne movie, Jacksepticeye is making it, and then you've got the gif of the guy all excited, and he's like, oh, for goodness sake. You know? When's PewDiePie making the Elden Ring movie? Hell yeah, brother. Nice joke discussing fish. Wait, it's real. We got Bloodborne movie before Bloodborne 2. Yeah, that's sad. That is kind of sad. I mean, Markiplier made a movie based on Iron Lung. Yes, I know. He's been making his own type of movies on YouTube for years. Now, where you interact by pressing on unlisted videos that simply act as options / answers for different outcomes. So he's been doing like do your own adventures through YouTube, which is kind of cool. But yeah. Oh, that's not a shit post. This is the official Discussing Films account. Yeah. I'm not falling for that. Holy crap, it's real. Everyone's doing the same joke, the discussing fish joke, because for anyone who doesn't know, there is another channel discussing film, but it's actually discussing fish. It's a parody account that makes up stupid announcements. You know, it was, there's a lot, I tell you what, there's a lot more today that are positive. I'm seeing a lot more positives, you know, like, oh, hell yeah, bro, no way, both Mark and Jack are both going to be filmmakers, this is actually insane. Wishing him all the luck in the world. Yeah, okay, there's a lot more people on here. The initial response when this was first posted was a lot of negativity, a lot of anger, a lot of like, why the hell have they got another YouTuber to make a movie? Why is Jacksepticeye? It's clearly people that don't know that Jacksepticeye is actually a fan of Bloodborne. But yeah, it's good to see that the tide has changed, that there's less people complaining about this, and there's a lot more people on board. Because I don't like what Hollywood is doing right now, I gotta be honest. They look at movies, they look at video game movies, and adaptions of books and kid shows and cartoons, and they basically are so cynical, they just change it to be another political message. We don't care. Every single one of these TV series that is just being used to push the creators' political message is failing and being cancelled. Just look at all the Star Trek ones that we mentioned earlier. They're all being cancelled. Why? Because no one wants the modern political message shoved into a Star Trek series. It's not that people are bored of Star Trek, people are bored of the politics. The reason that people enjoyed Star Trek was because it was a utopian, idealistic society. It was something we could look forward to and say, you know, one day we might be there. But then they turned it around, and they turned it into that utopian society it's got a real dark underbelly. It's actually all evil, always has been. That's not why we watch Star Trek. We watch Star Trek because it is something to strive for. It's something we can look forward to. That one day we may reach a point, culturally, societally, economically, where we can genuinely have a utopian society. One that doesn't rely on dictatorships. One that doesn't rely on one person getting a leg over on another. Something where where we'll have plenty. I don't know if we actually will ever reach that point. But Gene Roddenberry did. And that's why he made that series. And then there's so many people that are coming in afterwards to completely dismantle that utopian society that he saw in our future. And that's so cynical. That's so bad that you have to... Can you imagine being the kind of person where you look at something that is designed to be utopian? You look at something, you say, man, this is a great idea, utopian society, blah, blah, blah. And now I have to dismantle it. This is great, but it's not my politics, so therefore, I can't stand that shit. That pisses me off. It really does. Excuse me, Felix would make a banger Elden Ring film? I think he would. Yeah, I think he would. Again, you know, it's another individual that understands the series, understands the project, and would probably do right by the series, would probably do right by Elden Ring, because it's a game that he loves. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that the Jacksepticeye is gonna be the greatest director in the world, but he's not the director. You know, he is developing the film. He's gonna be the one telling people, no, you can't do that. That's not in the story. He's not gonna be the director. He's not gonna be the person there every day telling them, okay, you need to act like this. He's gonna basically be a script consultant, an expert in the game, to be able to be a script consultant, essentially. So I think that Jacksepticeye doing Bloodborne is a good thing. I think if they were to bring in Felix to do if they were to do that with Elden Ring, I would be overjoyed, genuinely, because I don't trust anyone in Hollywood to do justice. Sean is honestly copping flack just because of how many people are mad at Sony generally, but I guess it's also folks who don't like that he took a few cracks at Mr. Beast. Yeah, Mr. Beast, I've seen some things, I've seen some drama about Mr. Beast recently. I don't really know what is going on, but apparently there's been some issues where some people have come forward and said, you know what, Mr. Beastie's not the guy that he claims he is, and then they got a load of shit for it, and then something came out that Mr. Beast did something, and everyone's like, oh, I guess they were right. I think Jacksepticeye was one of them, was one of the people mentioned, but I really don't know. I haven't really looked into the Mr. Beast stuff recently. There was a lot of stuff a few years ago which basically solidified my opinion on Mr. Beast. I don't like him. And anytime I see something about him, it just makes me think less of him. So I don't need to think less of him. I already don't like him. So I tend to avoid that kind of drama at this point. But no, lots of movies. I'm really excited, honestly. I'm looking forward to seeing movies being made by people that actually care about them, about those games, you know? Sadly, we do have too much We have too many people that just want to utilize the name. And that's the thing. That is basically what they are. They are those games in name only. You look at the Halo series, it's not about Halo. It takes place in the Halo universe. It stars John Halo. Sort of. Though he takes his helmet off all the time. So you got John Halo. And, actually, I think his name is actually John, isn't it? Yeah, it is. His name is actually John. He is literally John Halo. Amazing. John 117. John Halo. There we go. Was that actually in the TV? Was that actually in the series? I haven't played enough Halo to know. Okay. No, he was actually called John. Alright. Alright, that's my bad. I didn't realize. So there we go. I guess that's why they call him John Halo. Alright, fair enough. Anyway, John Halo. See, this is the thing. I can't really comment on Halo too much because I've played some of the games, but I don't really have a big backstory. No, it's not my backstory. I don't know the backstory of the series very well. I know the you know, the broad strokes. I know that there are these giant rings in space called the Halo rings. I know that they were created by the Forerunners. I always get confused because they've got Forerunners and Precursors, and it's like, guys, come on. And then you've got like the Flood, and you've got the Covenant and all that. I understand the broad strokes of Halo series. I wasn't aware that his name was actually John. But there we go. John 117. But like it's not really about Halo, and a lot of big Halo fans have said, yeah, it's not really Halo. I haven't watched the Halo, sorry, not the Halo series. I haven't watched the Fallout series, so I can't really comment on that one. But from what I've seen, it kind of, it is Fallout, but it isn't canon with Fallout. And from what I've seen from a bunch of different people talking about this is that they kind of take shots at New Vegas in the recent series, or the recent season. They took a few shots at New Vegas. Just goes to show that Bethesda is still salty that Obsidian made the best Fallout game. What else was it? What other TV shows and movies have they made recently? Oh, of course, Monster Hunter. That's just sad, honestly. Honestly, the Monster Hunter movie is just plain sad. It's the internet joke about any franchise, pretty much. Yeah, like who's going to be the main character in the Monster Hunter movie? It's John Monster Hunter. Yeah. Who's going to be the main character in the Fallout movie? It's John Fallout. So that tends to be the joke, the running joke. But yeah. But I don't know. There's just so many. There's so many, but they just utilize the name. They don't want to tell this story. They don't want to tell a Halo story. They don't want to tell a Devil May Cry story. They don't want to tell a Yakuza story. They don't want to tell a Mass Effect story. They cynically want to use that name to try and draw in the fans of the game series. Because they already know that the game series sells gangbusters. Twisted Metal was the other one. I didn't watch Twisted Metal, but I actually had some high hopes for it. I would like to watch the Twisted Metal series just to get an idea of it. But will it be any good? I don't know. I think a lot of people were mixed on it. I don't recall exactly. I remember some people saying, yeah, I enjoyed it. And then there were other people like, nah, it's not really great. So, I don't know. I'd like to give it a look at very least. I don't want to make a comment on something that I haven't seen. So, yeah. John Twisted Metal said I could keep putting bigger wheels on it. Absolutely. Always bigger wheels. Every time, bigger wheels. Did you mention the Uncharted movie? I didn't. I haven't watched that one either. Do you know what? I said years ago that I wanted to do a project where I'd watch all of these video game movies and I'd release a review on them. And, that's been my response. Because ever since I said that, I think it was because, what did they just release? They just released something, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is it. This is the turnaround. Oh, it was Detective Pikachu. Detective Pikachu has just been released. And I'm like, this is it. This is the turnaround. This is where video game movies become good. And so I was thinking to myself, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch every video game movie, and I'm gonna do a review on each of them. And then there was some TV shows coming out, and I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta do the TV shows as well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. No. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. I might do some video game movie reviews or just discussions at some point in the future, but I don't really want to do all of them. I really don't. I don't want to do all of them at all, because at the end of the day, there's some real bad ones out there now. They've gotten better. I think generally speaking, you know, video game movies get higher budgets now, and they tend to be able to do good work. I mean, I like the Mario movie. I haven't seen still haven't seen Mario Galaxy movie yet. I was planning on watching it last weekend, but I was sick. So, yeah, I didn't want to go to the cinema and have to be rushing to the bathroom every 10 minutes. We might have to do that on Sunday. It'd be nice to actually go see it, if it's still available. But yeah, they've done some really good ones. Detective Pikachu was good. The Sonic movies are really good. I really enjoy the Sonic movies. Honestly, probably the best video game movies are the Sonic movies right now. I like the Mario movie. I think it's fine, but it's got a lot of problems. I think Sonic the Hedgehog 2 has got a lot of problems. But I'm really looking forward to the next one. It's stupid dance numbers. Why were there so many dance numbers? Yeah. Nah. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and Sonic the Hedgehog 3 have dance numbers. Was it 3? We're waiting for 4 to come out, aren't we? Sonic 3 movie. Yeah, Sonic 3. Yeah, that's the one with the 2 Robotniks and Shadow the Hedgehog. I really enjoyed that one. I thought that was great. Stupid dance numbers, though. Stop putting dance numbers in these movies. We don't need them. Kids don't require dance numbers to enjoy. You know, this isn't the early days of Disney, you know. We just let's just watch a movie. Let's just watch a Sonic the Hedgehog movie without Sonic and Tails dancing, or without Jim Carrey dancing twice, you know, as Gerald and Dr. Robotnik. It's just like, nah, stop. It's silly. Stop it. Hey, Prototype, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Oh, actually, your name just reminded me. Poppy's Playtime Mech. Yeah. So, just thinking about that is, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie was interesting. It definitely felt like it was going in a different direction, but it wasn't terrible. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I can't deny it. I think the thing that they did right for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie was that it wasn't like they didn't try to go deep with the lore and the plot and everything. It was all about it was accessible to other people, and I think that was one of the things that that it needs to be, you know? Five Nights at Freddy's is so deep in the source when it comes to all of the different conspiracies that translating that into a movie is just going to alienate people. But the idea that that it's just going to be something that looks at the concepts and then brings people into the franchise, I think they did that really well. It wasn't the best written movie in the world, but they did a good job. I gotta be honest. The Matt Pat thing was hilarious. The Sonic and Tails duet dance was kind of lit, though. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it just felt like it was padding for time. I don't know. It felt like, to me, when watching Sonic the Hedgehog 2, it felt like the people that were making it said, man, people loved that scene in the biker bar. We need to do something like that in Sonic 2. We need to do another one. And they did. And it was just like, why? Why did you need to do that, though? There is SM behind you. Yes, there is Super Mario behind me. There's a few copies of Super Mario behind me, actually. They got full on freaky with that one. Yeah, look, I think as a sequence it was fine. I've got no problems with in a vacuum. In a vacuum, that dance sequence is fine. Yeah, it was a full-on dance battle. I think it was fine. I think if they had released that as a YouTube video, right? Let's say they released that as a YouTube video to advertise Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I would have probably enjoyed it. It just felt so out of place in the movie itself. And that's the problem, is that it's not, even though I can appreciate it in a vacuum, it's not in a vacuum. So, yeah. I think with the movie, it was a bit just... Sonic 2 is probably the weakest of the three movies, honestly. I think. The wedding drama. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The wedding drama was just so boring. At the end of the day, we're here to watch Sonic the Hedgehog. I understand Hollywood literally will not make a movie that doesn't have a human character in it. I get it. I understand that. We will never get a Sonic the Hedgehog movie that is just literally Sonic on Mobius with no humans. We will never get that. But acknowledging that and acknowledging the fact that the Sonic Adventure series is Sonic in the real, or in a realistic like world, less said about Soliana the better. I'm okay with Sonic where it is right now, but I do feel like they do some silly stuff that probably doesn't need to be in those movies. Especially the wedding drama. I don't give a crap about your human stuff. I want to watch Sonic the Hedgehog going fast. I am here. I have paid $20 to be in this movie theater so that I can watch Sonic go fast. Thank you very much. I'm not here to watch Jim Carrey dressed as an old man in spandex doing a weird dance. Sticking his ass out. Doing hip thrusts. No thank you. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for Blue Hedgehog go fast. Okay? That's it. I'm certainly not here for wedding drama. Also, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Sonic 2, there is a wedding, and it's drama. You're missing nothing. You're welcome. Exactly. Yeah. And, like, I'm looking forward to 4. I don't know if it's... I want to be very careful what I say here, but I don't know if this is leaks or whether this is something that's actually been talked about, but I've read somewhere that it might take place on Mobius. Like, there's going to be a section where they go back to Mobius. I don't know if that's true. That would be really interesting if they did. I would definitely be down for that. I want to see a Sonic movie that is primarily about Sonic. And if they do go back to Mobius, that'd be really sick. That'd be really awesome. I'd love to see that. My theory on what they might do is I think that they're going to introduce a bunch of characters. Because we've seen Amy, and we've seen a bunch of references, right? The first thing we saw, if you haven't seen Sonic 3, plug your ears, stop watching. Hang on, do I have a spoilers? I need a spoilers button. Hang on. Let me crank up a spoilers button. Spoilers. There we go. Spoilers. Spoilers? Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just check this down here in the bottom. There you go. Spoilers. Okay. Right. So when the spoilers button goes away, oh, whatever, then you can keep listening. All right. So we're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie, right? At the end of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie, the first thing we see is Metal, which was wild. I was like, oh my goodness, Metal is going to be in Sonic 4. You see Metal coming out of the woods. And then Amy materializes, smashes Metal, and basically says, come with me if you want to live. Which is a Terminator reference. Okay? Right, the movie as well. That's a good point. Kiko's right on that one. Text. It's too late now. I've already said it. There we go. There you go. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie spoilers. I'll make a real one in the future, don't worry. Alright. So, as I was saying, at the end of the movie, you see Metal coming in. And then you see Amy, who basically says to Sonic, come with me if you want to live. Which is a Terminator reference, right? So I think Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is going to be a time travel story. Which makes sense. There's a lot of time travel in Sonic the Hedgehog. You look at Sonic CD, or not. That's optional because I really didn't like that game. Look at Sonic CD, look at like Sonic Forces. Look, there's a lot of Sonic Generations is another one where you can play as adult Sonic and kid Sonic. It's like Ocarina of Time, but Sonic. Anyway, in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie, welcome back, Lainey. How you doing? At the end of the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie, you see Metal, and then you see Amy, and Amy is wearing like an overall and says, "Come with me if you want to live." I think Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is going to be a time travel story where Metal is being sent back from the future to kill Sonic. Or multiple Metals, for that matter. I think an entire army of Metals is going to be sent back. Amy is from the future, who's going to be sent back in time to help Sonic defeat the Metals that are coming after him. And she is going to be sent from a future where Silver and Blaze might exist. Maybe the Chaotix as well. Right? So I think that she's going to be sent back in time to save Sonic. They'll defeat Metal, and maybe she'll get stuck in the past. But the thing is, one of the things that they've not really had an opportunity to do is set up Sonic and Amy's relationship. So this is a big thing. This is a big deal in the Sonic franchise, is that Amy is kind of in love with Sonic. She's kind of obsessed, actually. She's not in love with him. She's just straight up obsessed with Sonic. And I think she represents some of the scarier parts of the fandom. So there's no way for Amy to have built this relationship where she's in love with Sonic, because they've never met before. Sonic has been stuck on Earth the entire time. It's not like the origins of Sonic, of Sonic Adventures, where they were all on Mobius and then they got teleported to Earth. You know, it's a different situation. So with Sonic growing up on Earth, he was clearly being watched by Tails, though they didn't really explain how. Not really. And it is possible that they do the same thing with Amy. They say that they have Amy watching him from a distance. But I think with the Terminator reference at the end of Sonic the Hedgehog 3, it's going to be a time travel story. And so what you'll have is, in the future, Sonic is already dead. And so Amy comes back in time, and she's been obsessing over Sonic for her entire life. You know, maybe Sonic died before she was born. Maybe he died saving her when she was a little kid, and that's why she's obsessed with him. And that's why she decided to become like a freedom fighter. She's fighting against the Metals, etc. But Sonic died a long, long time ago. And now she's coming back in time to prevent that from happening. Or the Metals have figured out time travel. So now the Metals are going to go back in time to kill Sonic before Amy and the others met him, so that the Freedom Fighters group never comes together, and it'd be easier for the Metals to take over. I think there's going to be a big time travel component in it. So that would give Amy the opportunity to become obsessed with Sonic, and then go back in time and actually meet him. Which I think works. I think that works really well. And they could potentially, like I said, introduce Silver and Blaze as being characters from the future. They could also introduce like an old version of Shadow, because we see at the end of Sonic 3 that Shadow survives. We think he's dead, the same way as as we do in Sonic Adventure 2. We think that he's dead, but then he survives. We see him picking up his rings to put onto his wrist. So they could show like an older version of Shadow to show how much time has actually passed. Or they could have Shadow just coming back in this one. But I think it would be interesting to see, you know, maybe they could say that both Sonic and Shadow were killed at some point in the past. And Amy's not just here to save Sonic, she's also there to save Shadow. And Sonic is like, whoa, 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 what do you mean you're here to save Shadow? Shadow died. Shadow died when we fought against Robotnik. And she's like, no, he's not actually dead, he survived. And that's where Sonic finds out the Shadow's still alive. I think that's probably the direction that they'll go. That's really the direction I would like them to go. But obviously it's completely up in the air whether or not they do that. We'll find out when the movie releases. But I think that's a pretty good idea, you know? That allow Amy to become obsessed with Sonic before she even meets him. Because Sonic's not going to know who she is. And so it's a little bit weird to have this character turn up out of nowhere that's been secretly watching Sonic from a great distance, you know, the same way Tails did. And I completely agree with Tia, actually. Sorry, Tira. Saying that the dance-off kind of solidified their bond. That definitely... Yeah, I think they could have done it a better way in Sonic 2. But that was really interesting because Sonic wasn't really sure about Tails, and Tails was already acting like they've been friends forever. Maybe they reveal that Tails is from the future. Who knows? We really don't know what the deal is with Tails. He could be from the future as well. It's possible that he came back in time to help Sonic the first time, and now Amy is being sent back in time to save Sonic. And Tails is going to be like, oh, Amy, what are you doing here? And then she'll get mad at him, like, Tails, you were told to come back in time to save Sonic and then come back to the future. And Tails is like, I'm sorry. That would be interesting. But I'd love to see, like, the chaotics and stuff like that as well. I really would. I think it's very easy to overdo it with Sonic characters, honestly. In terms of how many you can introduce in one go. I really do. I think that if they were to introduce too many characters, it could completely destroy the movie. But if they have a bunch of characters that exist that are stuck at a distance, so like they only have enough power in the future to send Amy back, and so Silver and Blaze are stuck in the future, and they can communicate with Amy, but you never actually see them doing anything. I think that would be fine, because they don't play a pivotal role in the story itself, except maybe passing some information across. But, yeah, I think that if they were to, like, introduce, oh, here's Amy, Silver, Blaze, the Chaotix, all these different characters, and then just dump them into the story. So there's, like, 30 animal characters in Green Hill. Obviously, that would probably break the movie entirely. Completely snap the movie in two. But, yeah. I would like to see the time travel thing, though. I think that would be pretty cool. Alright, spoilers are gone. There we go. No more spoilers. I'm going to stop talking about it now. They might lean in hard into the Sarah Connor Kyle Reese style romance. Ooh, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, absolutely. And then Sonic has a kid who's the savior of the future, and it turns out Sonic's kid is Silver. That's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. Amy is gonna be Kyle Reese. Sonic is gonna be Sarah Connors. And and they have a kid, and the kid is gonna be the savior of the future, and the kid is Silver. You could tell me not to get crazy, but it's no use. It's no use. I am looking forward to Sonic 4 though. I really am. Like I said, I think the Sonic movies are probably the best video game movies that we have. I really do. I like the Mario movie, the first one. Like I said, we haven't seen Mario Galaxy yet, so please no spoilers in the chat for that one. I think we will probably go see it this weekend. Maybe. But I really enjoy the Sonic movies overall. They're really good. They're really enjoyable, and I would recommend people go see them. Even if there are some moments I'm just like, probably could have done without that. Like the entire wedding sequence. Like the entire wedding sequence in Sonic 2. I don't need that, thank you. Now we can start talking about something current and topical. My inability to finish romance animes to avoid the heartbreak of them ending right as the relationship starts. Too many romance anime end at the beginning. They do. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Because they're built on the premise of and then they lived happily ever after. That's it. That is exactly it. The drama is the will they, won't they. And then when they finally get together, that's it. They're together. And now they lived happily ever after. With no drama. Absolutely none whatsoever. Tenchi Muyo? Tenchi Muyo didn't. Tenchi Muyo is, you get to see way, way past where the relationship actually starts. I'm going to be very, very careful. Oh, you're responding to Kiko? Yeah. I'm going to be very careful about the way I say this because I do recommend, if you've never heard of Tenchi Muyo, people, go watch Tenchi Muyo. I'm serious. Please. For the love of all things decent, go watch Tenchi Muyo. Go find a list of which order to watch the anime in. And watch them. It's a great series. Genuinely. The hentai season. I don't... The tied up hens was unrelated. It's not really... It's not connected to the story. It's called Space Opera Arafura, I believe. Space... Oh, wait, no, it was spelt Ofura, wasn't it? With an F. Ofura. I believe it was spelt with an F. I would hope they were unrelated after watching what they did. Arafura. It was Arafura. Space Opera Arafura. No? Okay, I'm gonna have to just look it up. Hang on. 𝗫∗ 𝗫∗ Hitoshi Okuda. I can't find it. Oh, Photon the Idiot Adventures was actually really good. That was unrelated. Oh yeah, I got it. Agaruta, sorry, not Arafura. It was Space Opera Agaruta. I have actually watched this series. And it is completely unrelated to Tenchi. Like, it takes place in the same universe, but it's got nothing to do with Tenchi Muyo. Oh wait, is it a series? No, it's a movie. Like, it's an OVA. Yeah, Spaceship Agaruta. Oh no, it is 4 episodes. There we go. 4-episode Tied Up Hens OVA released in AIC in September 1998 to April 1999. Story is set in the same universe as Tenchi Muyo Ryo-Oki and is an 18-rated game titled... Oh yeah, because it started as a game, that's right. Spaceship Agaruta, the Terrible Space Witch. But yeah, it doesn't connect to... It takes place in the same universe, but it doesn't connect to the universe. Oh, actually, it does connect. Interesting. Okay, I didn't even notice this. The antagonists of Agaruta yeah, the antagonists of Agaruta are the Shank Pirates. And the Shank Pirates are ancestors to Tarrant Shank. Tarrant Shank is a character that is in the Pirate Guild. In GXP. So it does actually connect. Yeah. It does actually connect. The villains in Agaruta are the Shank Pirates, which is the pirate clan that Tarrant Shank comes from. And he's like one of the main antagonists in GXP. Well, there you go. Apparently, there's also a rumor that one of the main characters from Agaruta is in the Tenchi Muyo series, though the identity of the character has not been revealed. Huh. That's funny. I wonder who that... I'm gonna have to rewatch it now, because I want to figure that out. But yes, that is a 10 high. That is a 10 high show that takes place in the Tenchi Muyo universe. I gotta be honest, it's not particularly like, yeah, it's 10 high, but I gotta be honest, it's not like It's not super explicit. There's some sexual situations in there, but it's not, you know, it's not really prawn. But it is a good series. I definitely recommend. You don't have to watch Agaruta, right? You don't have to watch Agaruta. I just watched out of curiosity on account of the fact that I had, you know, already seen the rest of these series. I strongly recommend watching Tenshi Muyo if you haven't. Start with Tenshi Muyo Ryo Oki. Then I think it's GXP is the next one to watch. I really enjoyed War on Gemini. I thought that series was fantastic. And that was one of the anime that got me back into watching anime, because, you know, just like, when I first got into anime, I watched Tenchi Muyo. And it was one of the series that I really enjoyed, and I loved watching it. Along with Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing. That was before I grew my sense of taste. So I was watching Tenchi Muyo, Dragon Ball Z, and Gundam Wing. And those are the shows that got me into anime. And then in like 2013, or it was just the end of 2013, I discovered War on Gemini. And I started watching War on Gemini, and it got me back into anime. Tenchi Muyo has always been there for my, you know, my history of anime. Either read the manga Fly Me to the Moon or the anime adaptation Tonikawa Over the Moon with You. I love that series. I need to get back. I haven't finished reading the volumes that I have. I really do need to get back to watching that, to reading that. I didn't watch the anime. The anime does some things in a different order to the manga, and I genuinely think that the manga is better. There's a little bit more. In the anime, they kind of get to the point very, very quickly on certain things. Sorry, in the did I say the anime? In the anime, they just kind of get to the point. And I think that spoils a bunch of the surprises that come along the way, which are more interesting in the manga. So, highly recommend the manga, Fly Me to the Moon. Definitely more so than the anime. You got a stupid stomach cramp? No, it's spreading. It's spreading. You've got it now. Now that I don't have it, it's come to you. I'm sorry, Tira. You're gonna have to deal with it. You're not gonna be able to stream for the next 3 days. I hope you're alright, though. Please don't end up being as bad as me. I watched Dangers in My Heart and I stopped watching anime for 12 months. I don't know that series. Why are you not my dad? Shut up, Max. I could be your dad. Dangers in My Heart? I don't know what this is. I don't think I've ever seen this before. But I get the feeling I'm going to be very upset. That main character girl is way too cute. I have the feeling she's going to die. There was another anime like that got me. Really got me. Like, seriously. And I'm not gonna name it, but I think you already know which one I'm talking about. Blonde girl. That one kind of, I hated that one. No, that's not fair. I enjoyed it. I did enjoy the anime. but I hated it at the same time. Yeah. I never finished it. I got to a point where I'm just like, I can't deal with this anymore. I don't mind. Lainey just spoiled it for me. All good. But yeah, no, that one kind of broke me. Yeah, just when you think that you've gotten to a point where you just, that's it, this is way too depressing, I can't take this anymore. They find an entire new level of depression that no one knew existed. And sunk into it very rapidly. It was, oh my goodness. That one broke me. I just didn't want to, yeah. No. Nope. Nah. Nah. I'm not watching it. I refuse to finish watching that one. Because if I don't watch it, the bad thing doesn't happen. It's like me when I'm playing Final Fantasy VII. If I stop at the Temple of the Ancients, then the bad thing doesn't happen. Nope. This is a great place to end the game. Right there. Right there in Temple of the Ancients. Look, we discovered all of the cool stuff. Aerith is gonna go and she's gonna pray, and we won. Brilliant. Game ends there. We succeeded. Aerith prays, Holy comes along, defeats Sephiroth, and we lived happily ever after. You mean the part where Aerith Gainsborough prays to Holy, and Holy comes along, and Holy defeats Sephiroth, and all of the none of the weapons ever wake up because Holy came along and defeated Sephiroth, and so the weapons weren't necessary, and Medeal was never destroyed, and Rufus wasn't killed, though he did change his ways. Rufus did end up changing his ways, and he became an eco-activist. He put all of the money that was made through Shinra Inc. into greenifying the entirety of the world. Peace was made between Shinra and Wutai, and they were allowed to redevelop their nation and become a superpower in the West, and everyone lived happily ever after. And the Turks opened a coffee bar. Yeah, exactly. Turkish coffee. That's where we get the term Turkish coffee from, is because that's what happened in Final Fantasy VII. That's where we get Turkish coffee from, is because it's very well-known fact that the Turks opened up a coffee bar in Junon. There we go. There we go. That's why it's called Turkish coffee, because it is so popular after Final Fantasy VII. And nothing bad ever happens to anyone. Turns out, Zack wasn't even dead. He's still alive. Yeah, exactly. Big coffee culture in Junon. And in the future, by the time of Advent Children, which doesn't happen now because Reunion never happened and Holy cleansed everyone. By the time of Advent Children, they've actually expanded into a global company called Turkbucks, and Turkbucks has opened not just in Junon, but in Midgar, in Costa del Sol, and in Wutai. That was a big part of the whole agreements between Shinra and Wutai, was that then they could get the Turks to open up Turkbucks in Wutai, and that was a big deal. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jesse never died, definitely. Never died, please. Never died. Hojo died. Yes, he did. That is true. And it became a national holiday, yeah. Yep. Thanks to denial, I'm I reject your reality and I substitute my own. There we go. Problem solved. Alright. What we got? What else we got? What else we got? What else can we bitch and moan about today? I really wish I'm like I said before, I'm gonna keep a notepad with me everywhere I go now so that I can always keep track of every single thing that I see and think, oh, I want to talk about that, because right now I'm kind of annoyed. I'm a little bit annoyed. I wanted to talk about Pragmata. We talked about Pragmata. I wanted to talk about the movies. We talked about the movies. We done that. But there was like 3 or 4 things this week that I'm like, I'm gonna talk about that because that's really cool and interesting. And now I don't know what they are. Ooh, okay. Now, hold on a second. Alrighty, so we got a little bit of a news announcement thing from Charlie Intel. Charlie Intel is a writer for Deserto. I'm pretty sure he is. Oh, hang on a minute. It's got it right there, isn't it? I think that's what that is. Deserto, yeah. Okay. So, Charlie Intel is a writer for Deserto. And they posted on Twitter, on X, Xbox CEO says in an internal memo that Game Pass is too expensive. Game Pass has become too expensive for players, so we need a better value equation. We will evolve Game Pass into a more flexible system, which will take time to test and learn around. This is really good news, in my opinion. I used to use Game Pass. Used to. Sorry, I'm stuck to my chair. I used to use Game Pass, right? I really like the idea of being able to pay for a small subscription and rent games, right? I'm okay with this. And I know a lot of people don't like it. I know a lot of people are like, no, definitely no rental of games. This is completely opposed to the idea of buying video games and having physical copies, and you're a hypocrite. If I've actually had people calling me a hypocrite for this, by the way, because I always talk about physical media. Make sure you own the games that you buy. And people are like, oh, you're such a hypocrite because you've got Game Pass. I also used to go to Blockbuster and rent video games from Blockbuster. I also used to go to small rental stores, because there used to be technology rental stores. There was a place near where my grandfather or my grandparents lived, which would rent out whole consoles as well as video games. And I would rent a console and a video game to play while I was at my grandparents' house, right? I did that, and that didn't stop me from buying games. Well, I mean, the fact that I was a child kind of stopped me from buying games, but my parents would still buy games for me, for my birthday, for Christmas, etc. So no, I don't think that paying for Game Pass is hypocritical. I think that I even today, I still play demos. Yes, Game Pass is different from demos, but let me tell you something. If I play a game on Game Pass that I really, really like, I will buy that game so that I can play it, so that I can enjoy it for many years to come. But sadly, Game Pass has just become too stupidly expensive. Let me just quickly take a look. Game Pass Ultimate price Australia. So the price for Game Pass per Game Pass Ultimate, I used to be on Game Pass Ultimate. The price in Australia is $36 per month. $36 a month for Game Pass, for rented video games. No, I'm not spending that. I am not gonna at $35 per month. I can if I save $35 per month, I can buy a whole game every 2 months. Kind of. Maybe every 3 months. Either way, it's a better deal for me to save that money and buy whole games. Previously, it was way cheaper. Previously, I was paying, I can't even remember how much. I remember at first there was like a glitch in their system where you could get Game Pass Ultimate for $1 a month. And Xbox acknowledged that it was a glitch, but they never changed it. They didn't bother changing it because it got a lot of people in. And then eventually they fixed it. But I used to get Game Pass Ultimate for over a year for like $1 a month. I think it was more like 2 years, closer to 2 years, where it was $1 a month. Then it went up to like $15 or $16 for Game Pass Ultimate. Then it doubled in price. And it shouldn't have. There was no reason for it. But, yes, the CEO, the new Xbox CEO, I can't remember what her name is. Asha Sharma. Yeah, Asha Sharma. So Asha Sharma, it says right there, look. Asha Sharma says, Game Pass has become too expensive for players, so we need a better value equation. We will evolve Game Pass into a more flexible system, which will take time to test and learn around. I think this is a good thing. I hope that they do figure out exactly where they're going with Xbox Game Pass, because I have an Xbox. I want Xbox to be good. I see a lot of people bitching and moaning and saying that they're glad that Xbox is going to crash and burn. I'm not glad that Xbox is going to crash and burn. If they are going to crash and burn, fine. Whatever. Crash and burn. But I would much rather see a game development studio or even a platform holder turn themselves around. I want to see them succeed. Because if Xbox succeeds, it means better games for us, better consoles for us, better gaming environment where it's not just Nintendo and PlayStation. I think that we need a third major platform, and I do think Xbox has played that role. They've been they've done that role really well. But they have gotten greedy, and with everyone that's basically just dropped out saying, yeah, I don't want to be a part of this anymore, and they've just left Xbox, it's left us in a situation where it really feels like Xbox is on the way out. I'm really curious how, you know, what other plans Asha Sharma has to turn the Xbox situation around. But one of the things that I was saying, and I'll just go back up so you can see this. Just lower the price. That's the first thing that they need to do. You'll notice that what they said was there, we need a better value equation. And I don't like that. That's the one thing about this I don't like. I'm glad that they've acknowledged that they need a better value equation. But I think it's very simple, right? It's very simple. They should just lower the price. The problem is they're thinking like a marketer and not thinking like a consumer, and that's why they will never understand what we as consumers want from Xbox Game Pass. Like I say here, you can throw all the new features at me that you like. I want Game Pass for the games. That's it. Those features aren't added value if I'm not going to use them. And that's what they mean by value equation. I went the wrong direction. That's what they mean by value equation. This is a marketing thing, right? They justify the price of something by adding more features. And that's not it. That is not it. I don't want more features. I don't need more features. I am buying Game Pass for the games. That's it. I want to be able to rent games so I can try playing them and go, hey, this is a good value for money. I can play these games. I really like this game. I'm going to buy it. Alternatively, if it's a game that I'm enjoying but I'm not too sure about, I can finish playing it on Game Pass and go, you know what, I'm glad I played it, but I don't feel the need to buy it. I think Game Pass is a really good system. It's a system that should exist in big 2026, because the ability to rent games, to play whatever games you want to play, to test them out, and then go on to buy them if you want to buy a physical copy, having that option there is a good thing. It's always a plus when you give the customers more options. Every single time, it is a positive. So, when they turn around and they say, we need a better value equation, that tells me that they're not necessarily looking at price. What they are looking at is a way to justify the price. But that's backwards thinking. That is very backwards thinking. If something doesn't have the value, if something that you are offering doesn't have the value for the price, no matter of additional content that you can throw in there is going to make the value better. Because if the service that people are paying for doesn't have features that they want, then what are we doing? If you don't have features that you actually want, then no matter of additional features is going to make them use it. Because, like I said, I just want it for the games. Now, they do say something here. Into a more flexible system. That's a good thing. That, at very least, lets me know that they're looking at the system the way it is and go, okay, well, maybe we can do a version of Game Pass which has all of the games but none of the extra crap. That would be more flexible. Maybe everything will be itemized. So here's the Game Pass Basic, here's Game Pass Premium, here's Game Pass Ultimate. And each one has got more games in it. And so you can choose between Basic, Premium, and Ultimate. And then all of the other features would be itemized. An additional $1 for this feature. An additional $1 for that feature. An additional $1 for this feature. And so long as the basic prices come down, let's say $6 a month for basic, $10 a month for premium, and $15 a month for ultimate. And then you add a bunch of additional features on for like $1 or $2 a piece to itemize the bill to truly make it flexible, like in the way that people would want it to be flexible. Kind of like, and I know this is a really bad comparison because a lot of people really dislike the way these companies used to do it, but kind of in the way that cable companies used to do packages, you know? So if we could have, like I said, Game Pass Basic, $5 a month. Game Pass Premium, $10 a month. Game Pass Ultimate, $15 a month. And then maybe an additional $1 a month to be able to play on PC. Maybe an additional $1 a month to play on multiple consoles at the same time. Maybe an additional $1 a month to have access to like early access games and betas. Maybe an additional $1, you know. So if someone wants the whole complete package, they will still be paying like $20, maybe 25 for literally everything. So you're still bringing the price down, but then it's about options. It's about what do I want? And for me personally, it would be a case of I want Game Pass Ultimate. I want access to every game that is available on Game Pass. And I want access to it on PC as well as on console. Because sometimes I like to play stuff on PC, sometimes I like to play it on console, and one of the other things, which is just a basic part of Game Pass anyway, is that you can play it on multiple consoles. Like, for example, I can play Astroneer. Astroneer is a great example of this because we've actually tested it. But I can play Astroneer on my Xbox Series X. Kiko can play Astroneer on her Series S. And if we absolutely must... Actually, do you know what? I could play Astroneer on the Series X. We could attach the Series S to the TV in the living room, and someone can play on it there. And Kiko can play Astroneer on her laptop. Or someone can play it on my PC. You can literally have everyone playing one copy of the game, which I think is great. It's a great feature, and... Sorry, there was just a bang outside. I don't know what that was. Anyway. Yeah, you could literally have 4 people in this house at the same time playing one copy of Astroneer because of Game Pass. Which I think is good, you know? The ability to share and access the game within your family. I think that's excellent. That's even better than the virtual game cards. A lot of people don't like the virtual game cards. I personally don't have a problem with that. It was someone's car backfiring? Oh, okay. Alright, cool. So, this at very least feels like a direction, you know, a movement forward. I kind of want to read the article. Is this going to work on my setup? I don't know if it will. I definitely don't want any sound. I don't know if that's... No, there's no sound on that. Okay, cool. All right. According to an internal memo obtained by The Verge. Oh, okay, so it was The Verge that that actually got this information. According to an internal memo obtained by The Verge, new Xbox chief Asha Sharma told employees that the subscription service is too expensive for players and needs redone. And needs redone? And needs redoing, or needs to be redone, but this is Tom, isn't it? 𝗬🗏 𝗬🗏. Nice try. Nearly got it. Nearly got it. It's alright. The comments come months after Microsoft pushed through their major price increase, raising Game Pass Ultimate to $30 per month, a 50% jump that sparked backlash from users. That's a 100% jump, wasn't it? Oh no, it went from $20 to $10. To $30. Yeah, that's a 50% jump. Okay, cool. Xbox boss admits Game Pass pricing needs to change. Look at all these ads. This is ridiculous. A lot of these websites have become near unreadable because they've got so many bloody ads on them. Xbox boss admits Game Pass pricing needs to change. In the memo, Sharma said that while Game Pass remains central to Xbox, the current pricing model is not sustainable long term. Game Pass is central to gaming value on Xbox. I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that. I do think that it is central to the value of the Xbox ecosystem. It absolutely is. That's cold. Okay. Yeah. It's also clear that the current model isn't the final one, she said. I would like to hope not. Short-term, Game Pass has become too expensive for players, so we need better value, a better value equation. Long-term, we will evolve Game Pass into a more flexible system, which can take time to test and learn around. Okay. I'm okay with that. She also acknowledged growing online chatter around pricing concerns, adding that she plans to share more details with employees in the coming weeks. The timing follows Microsoft's decision to significantly raise subscription costs in 2025, with Game Pass Ultimate climbing to $30 per month. That's $30 American. Like I said, $36 Australian, which weirdly is not that expensive. Hang on. Man, Americans getting shafted. Hang on a second. If I go to xe.com, just do a quick and dirty exchange rate here. $30 American converts to $42 Australian. $42 Australian. So they are getting, it was 39 for us? No, it's 36. Game Pass Ultimate Australian. One month of Game Pass Ultimate is... I just want to make sure that I'm not logged in. I'm not. Okay. If I just quickly... There you go. 1 month of Game Pass Ultimate, Xbox Game Pass, 1 month. $36, $35.95. So we are actually getting it for a lot better price than America is. That's insane. Like, usually we get the Australia tax. Let's just put it that way, right? For anyone who isn't aware of this, for anyone who isn't in Australia, we get the nice handy dandy Australia tax, which basically means that any video games that we buy out here is still more than double, nearly more than double, what you guys would be paying. So what happens is, what I mean by double is like double the amount. So you guys are paying like $70 or $80 for a video game. We might be spending up to $130, $140. So you take into consideration the exchange rate, and then you add like an additional $10 to $20 on top of that, and that's how much we usually pay for video games. But I feel like the numbers have been getting a bit closer recently. But this is... I've never seen this before. I have never seen it that we actually get it significantly cheaper. Like I said, the exchange rate would say that that's worth $42 Australian. Which it isn't. But, you know, the value argument is it's not worth $42. But... the fact that we're getting it for significantly cheaper, that's the equivalent of you guys paying $25 for it. Oh, close enough. $27 perhaps. Anyway, let me switch that. Ooh, hello. Switch that back. Cool. Right. The timing follows Microsoft's decision to significantly raise subscription costs in 2025, with Game Pass climbing to $30 per month. Other tiers currently sit at $15 for Premium and $10 for Essential. There we go. And $16.50 for Game Pass PC. So this is what I was saying. These are the different levels that we have. It's Essential, not Basic. That was my mistake. I think Essential should be $5. I think Premium should be $10 and Ultimate should be $15. But then you cut out all of the other features and you sell those separately. And $16.50 for Game Pass PC. So this isn't something that's bought extra. If you've got Game Pass Ultimate, you've got Game Pass PC as well. So basically, Game Pass PC is if you want to get Game Pass just for your PC. If you don't have an Xbox, you can get that one. Which, honestly, not a bad price. Not a bad price at all. $16.50 for that's fine. That's fine. Which is, you know, one of the reasons why I think the Ultimate should be $15 or $16.50. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I would love to see it be lower. I've said this about Nintendo and the way that they price certain things as well. It's true of anything. I think that there is a value argument and then there's a cost argument. They're two different things. I think that the Switch games, for example, I do think that they are... I don't want them to go up in price, but for me personally, from a value perspective, I don't have a problem with the fact that they went up to $80. I'm okay with that. In Australia, that went up to $110. So I'm okay with that because I still feel like I get my value from those games. Though admittedly, I have bought a lot fewer games since the Switch 2. So, yeah. This comes just weeks after the information? The information. Is that a website? Yeah, okay. It is a website. Okay. This comes just weeks after the information claimed Microsoft is actively exploring lower cost entry points for Game Pass. Good. Good, they should. One option under the consideration is an ad-supported tier. No. No. Categorically, no. I don't agree with this one. If I am paying for premium, I don't want ads. End of story. If anyone is paying for premium, there shouldn't be ads. People are paying for it already. So no, I don't agree with this. I think that the price needs to come down because the value that is in these plans isn't there. That's the point. They're not giving you anything that is going to be of value, something that they can't just give away for free anyway. Sure, the game side of things, absolutely. That obviously they can't give that away for free. But I do think that a lot of the additional features that they included with Game Pass was a lot of bunk. It was a lot of stuff that was never going to get used. And one of the things that really annoyed me, something that really frustrated me, was the a free month of Game Pass. You know, if you got enough points from playing games that were on Game Pass, if you got enough Game Pass points, you could buy a free month of Xbox Game Pass. Right? At one point, I had achieved getting Xbox Game Pass 1 month free, right? And then they put the price up. And then by the time I'd actually made enough points to get the Game Pass Ultimate free month, they removed that as an option for purchase. So I was working towards this, and then it was taken away from me. You know, I find that really frustrating. I think that there are a lot of the features that are in Game Pass is stuff that could be given away for free. It's stuff that doesn't need to you know, doesn't cost them anything to include. All right. The same report also suggests, hang on a minute, let me get my finger, there it is. The same report also suggests Microsoft is discussing bundling Game Pass with Netflix subscriptions. I don't know about that one. Oh, the reward system is still there. You just can't get the 1 month for free. It's like, what's the point? I don't know about this one. I don't like this one. I don't like the bundling it with Game Pass. No, actually... No, okay, let me change my mind. I want to change my mind on that one. I think that one is a good optional thing to have. If they've got... Yeah, okay, I'm actually not too... I'm not too bad with that one. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I mean... If you're buying Game Pass anyway and you get free Netflix, it depends on your perspective. Are you buying Netflix? Yes. Okay, I am. I am currently using Netflix. And then I can get free Game Pass with it. That's fine. Or I'm buying Game Pass and I get free Netflix with it. Like I said, it all depends on your perspective. So long as it's not like charging you ridiculous amounts of money, so long as I'm not being charged like $60 a month for Game Pass and Netflix, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. It's not great, but it's not, yeah. Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters confirmed that discussions have taken place, saying the companies have kicked around the idea, though nothing has been finalized. And there's already stuff like that exists. If you look at... I think... Let me just double check this. I want to be sure that's correct. So I think that Discord has a very similar thing where you can get Nitro, like free month of Xbox Game Pass if you've got Nitro. And occasionally they'll drop a deal like that in. So, it's not that I can't see this happening. I don't know how well that will go down. Is it gonna get overpriced? That's the real question. I don't know. I don't think, like, I always say that having options are better, right? If you already have Netflix and they turn around and they say, for an extra $10, you can get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate as a cheaper alternative, that's fine. I'm actually okay with that. So long as it's optional. So long as they don't jack the price up and say, oh, you've now got Netflix included. It's like, no, I don't want that. What if I don't want that? You know? If it's going to be one of those things, like I said, if they're going to give you a bunch of options and say, hey, you can get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for like $15. Oh, by the way, for an additional $10, you get a Netflix subscription as well as a bundle. Okay, I get that. I understand that. I can get behind that. I don't know if I would necessarily use it. I do have Netflix, so if it was a cheaper alternative to get both together, my initial reaction is like Max there. Ew, no thank you. But if it's cheaper to get both of them bundled together, so long as one of them doesn't jack up the price later on in the middle of my subscription, That's not the worst thing in the world. Personally, go away. Personally, I like to have everything separate. Yes, it does mean that I tend to spend more money, but I just prefer things being separate. We've had this conversation about hardware before, like TVs, for example. If I buy a TV, I want a TV. If I want a DVD player, I want a DVD player. I don't want a DVD player that's got Netflix on it. I want a DVD player to be a DVD player so I can put a DVD in and it plays it. Right? And I don't even like TVs with DVD players, even though I do have one. Right? If you got a TV that's got a DVD player attached to it, built into the system, if you buy one of those bundled systems of TV and DVD player, and the DVD player breaks, you need to go out and buy another DVD player. Or if your TV breaks, you don't have a TV or a DVD player. You have to buy both. Say DVD one more time. DVD, 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 DVD. You don't want your washer and your dryer in the same box. Exactly. Because if your dryer breaks, you can still wash your clothes. But if you got a washer, dryer all in one, and the dryer breaks, well, now you don't got anything. I like having options. I like being able to choose what I want and bring those things together in the setup that I want. Every time, you know, when they bundle all of these things in and they say, oh, look at this brand new smart TV. It's got all of these cool features. You can download apps for it. It's only raised the price by $1,000. Or can I get one that doesn't have all of that shit and, you know, pay less, you know, $1,000 less? Please? Can I? I would prefer that, honestly. I want a TV that is just a freaking TV that doesn't have all of these apps. If I wanted those apps, I would buy a set-top box. I would buy a set-top box. That's what we used to have. And I preferred it that way. Because if I didn't want those extras, I'm not paying for them and not using them. Anyway, so I kind of get it. I do understand. Yes, maybe the Netflix thing will be useful to some people, especially if you already are buying Game Pass and maybe you're already subscribed to Netflix. There we go. There's a good, you know, if it comes down from, oh, well, I'm paying $60 for both of them, and it comes down to $40 for both of them because you're bundling them together, that's a positive. That's a plus. And I'm okay with that. I would be more okay with that than what I'm currently paying, which admittedly is significantly less on account of the fact that I no longer pay for Game Pass. For now, no immediate... Hang on a minute. There's my finger. For now, no immediate pricing changes have been announced, but Sherma's comments indicate that shakeup of Game Pass could be coming as soon as Microsoft looks to reset its approach. Well, that's good. That's the end of the article by the looks of it. Okay. I am okay with this. Ooh, I clicked the thing. I'm okay with that. I think there's a lot of stuff that they need to sort out and organize and really figure out what they want to do and where they're going with it. Because I do like Game Pass. Like I said, you know, I'm enjoying Game Pass. I like Game Pass. I want... I used to enjoy Game Pass, I should say. I want to have access to video games so that I can play them, test them, check them out for myself, and then say, yeah, I want to invest my money in this. With the price of video games going up all the time, I was looking at... let me just pull up EB Games. Stop that. It's really annoying. You type in ebgames.com, right? And it takes you to game traders. It's not a game, GameStop.com. It's like, why would you do that? I'm in Australia. Auto redirect me to the Australian store. Duh. Anyway. Let's have a look at, what was the game that Silent Hill. Silent Hill F. There we go. $130. Oh, it's actually currently on sale. Hang on a second. I need to check, does it play? Hang on. I may have to go pick this game up. Does it play? Let's have a look. Sorry, side quest. Side quest. Hang on. They don't have the Xbox edition. But good news. PS5 edition of Silent Hill F, Day 1 edition, plays offline and does not require a download. The whole game is on the disc on PS5. That's excellent news. That means that I will be buying the physical edition of Silent Hill F. There we go. I assume that it's going to be the same for Xbox as well. Oh, it doesn't say. But it does play offline and it doesn't require a download, so that's actually really good. That's good news. That's good news for physical enthusiasts like myself. It means that Silent Hill F is probably complete on the disc. Cool. All right. Well, I'll probably pick that up. It's currently down to $98. Like I said, it was $130, right? So in a world where video game prices are at an all-time high, you know, that kind of thing, it's good to have Game Pass. It's good to be able to play games for a low cost every month. It is. That's a plus. That's a positive. And yes, you could argue that even $35 a month is significantly cheaper than buying a new video game every month. And it is. That's true. You're not wrong. However, how many people, you know, aside from myself and people like myself, aside from streamers who are literally playing a game multiple times a week on stream, how many people have the opportunity to sit down and play a long game in 1 month? Let's look at Monster Hunter Stories. Actually, that one's not that long, to be fair. So, oh, hang on. Look at this. So, one of the games here is not like the others. One of these games just doesn't belong. Right? Right there. So, we got Doom. Doom's pretty good. I love Doom. I have no idea what this one is. Is this like a Mad Max game or something? I'm not sure. I don't know what this last one is. You got John Halo in the middle. You got Doom there. You've got That's Stranger Things, isn't not Stranger Things. It was the one that OJ was talking about earlier. Whatever. That one. But here we have one which kind of stands out, which is Dragon Quest XI. Now, the difference between Dragon Quest XI and these other games is this game can literally take you a year to finish. I'm not even kidding. This game is hundreds of hours long. It's huge. Especially if you're going to be doing side quests and grinding for level ups and stuff like that. If you want to completely immerse yourself in Dragon Quest XI, you could easily spend hundreds of hours playing it. There are people who have spent hundreds of hours playing it. So, are you going to finish this game in 1 month? No, probably not. Are you going to finish this game in 2 months? Probably not. What about 3 months? Depends, really, doesn't it? But as soon as you go over 3 months, as soon as you've reached the point where you are playing one game on Game Pass for 3 months, it would have been cheaper for you to just buy the game. In fact, for Dragon Quest XI, probably 2 months, because you'll find it on sale now. Let me just quickly do Dragon Quest XI. Yeah, so currently I can buy Dragon Quest XI on Switch for $75. That's not on sale. But it is in a buy one, get one half price deal. So, you know... there's a pre-owned version from PS4, which is $38. I don't think I'm going to be able to find, like, a brand new Xbox copy. Dragon Quest XI Xbox. Okay. Try this one. Dragon Quest XI Xbox. Did it release on Xbox? Yeah, it did. Of course it did. It's in the logo there. So if you go to Amazon, you can get Dragon Quest XI for $50. Right? So there's your value argument, right? $50 on Amazon to buy this game. So if you play this game on Game Pass, which I might add, just a reminder, for Americans is $30 per month. And this game takes you more than 2 months. Hell, if it takes you 2 months, you're overpaying for this game. So if you've only got a couple of hours each day, perhaps, if you're lucky, a couple of hours each day to play this game, when you get home from work, you've had your dinner, you're sitting down having a little bit of me time, and you decide to play Dragon Quest XI, this could take you, let's see, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 10 hours a week. Maybe you get a little bit extra time on Saturday, maybe some time on Sunday. Let's say it's 60 hours. You can put in 60 hours a week. Did I say 60 hours? Hang on. 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 10 hours. Yeah, okay, not 60 hours. What am I on about? 16 hours. So you get 10 hours throughout the week, maybe. 6 hours on the weekend, maybe. For the sake of argument, let's call it 15. 15 hours per week, right? That means 60 hours per month. 60 hours per month, if you can do that consistently. If you can put 15 hours a week into video games every week consistently, this game will at minimum take you a month. Most likely it's going to take you more than a month. Highly likely it's going to take you more like 2 months, maybe even 3 months, maybe even 4 months. At which point, if you are playing it on Game Pass, you are overpaying for that game. Which is why Game Pass isn't a good value at its current price. Because if it's cheaper to buy a video game than it is to play on Game Pass, then you're doing it wrong. It's that simple. If a video game is cheaper to buy and own and keep, and that is yours, compared to you're renting it, then that's not worth it. At very least, with like, when you were renting stuff from Blockbusters, yes, it was more expensive to rent from Blockbusters than it was to buy a video game, perhaps, in certain circumstances. But at very least, you were able to pick and choose. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy this game for this weekend, you know? Because I know I've got nothing else on this weekend. I'm gonna buy this game, and I'm gonna spend all weekend playing it. You can't do that with Game Pass. It was also all we had. Yeah, that is true. That is true. It was a bit cheap, and it wasn't really that expensive even. I remember getting video games from Blockbuster. It was like £5 for the weekend. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like £5 for a weekend. Unless it was like a brand new title and it was like $7.50. So, not that big of a deal. And, you know, you picked and chose when you were going to play. With Game Pass, it's a subscription. It's always on, you know? So, I really don't... I'm really glad that Xbox are looking into this. I'm glad that the new CEO is looking at improving the setup, improving the system. But this is something that really should have been done a long time ago. In fact, I'm going to go as far as to say they never should have raised the prices in the first place. That's kind of unacceptable, honestly. But hey, you know, what can we do? They don't listen to us when we talk. The best thing you can do, honestly, cancel your subscription. I'm not the guy that comes out here and suggests boycotts, right? I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good... I can understand why some people will say, hey, look, we're going to boycott this. I'm this close to saying, hey, we should boycott Ubisoft. I really am. But I don't want to put my morality and my ethics onto you guys. That's not fair. You know? I have my own opinions. I have my opinion on how some games companies are doing business, and I disagree with them. And I will act accordingly. If I don't like Ubisoft, I won't play an Ubisoft game. I don't like Ubisoft, and for the most part, you will not catch me playing an Ubisoft game on this channel. And like I said, for the most part. Because we played Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and I bloody loved that game. But I want everyone to understand, and I made sure to make this very clear throughout the entirety of those streams. I was playing that game out of protest. Yes, it sounds stupid, I get it. You're still giving your money to Ubisoft. I know. I'm aware of that. But I'm giving my money to Ubisoft for a video game that they unfairly mistreated the team of, I feel. I don't like what Ubisoft have been doing recently. I don't like how they treated the team of Lost Crown. I think Lost Crown was a phenomenal game that needed more attention and needed more backing and needed more marketing, and they failed to do that spectacularly. Right? A spectacular failure on that game. Right? But I wanted people to see how good that game is. I want to encourage people to play that game. Yes, it does mean giving Ubisoft money, but I want Ubisoft to look at their sales figures and say, holy shit, why are people buying this game that we didn't support? I want Ubisoft to look at their figures and say, man, there's like thousands of people buying Prince of Persia. And I'm not going to be able to do that myself. I'm aware of that. I'm not, I don't have delusions of grandeur. Right? But I feel like I can start something. I feel like we can be like a grassroots movement to say, hey, check out this game. It's actually really good. And then you guys can go and buy it on Xbox. In fact, I would recommend buying it digitally. And the reason I would recommend buying it digitally is because if you buy it from a store, if you spend your $50 or your $70, depends where you are, 50 in America, 70 in Australia. If you were to go to a store and buy that, the money, the numbers of already, you know, Ubisoft doesn't see that you bought that game. They don't, right? They know that those copies were already bought off them by that company years ago when the game first released. So they'll be sitting in consignment until a store orders them in. If you buy it digitally, if you buy a digital copy of that game on Xbox, PlayStation, or Switch, they will see that you have bought that game. And I want them to see that people are buying Prince of Persia. Because as much as I dislike Ubisoft, one of the things that I dislike the most about them is how they have hoarded a bunch of really amazing franchises and then failed to use them. Thankfully, there is another Prince of Persia coming out. It's called The Rogue Prince of Persia. Honestly, I don't like the look of that one. It just doesn't sit well with me. There's something just wrong with it. Why is the prince purple? But, you know, maybe they are starting to see that people want... Also, the frame rate in that game looks awful. I think it's supposed to be, like, stylistic. But honestly, to me, it just doesn't look good. I think Ubisoft is starting to see that people want Prince of Persia back. But even if they don't, even if they fail horribly, maybe, just maybe, they'll sell it to a competent studio that is going to do amazing things with it. Who knows? So I want other people to see that this game is selling. I want other studios and other publishers to see that people want Prince of Persia. So that they can go, now hold on a second. See, Ubisoft didn't market this game, but it sold really well. Can we buy Prince of Persia off you? And I'd love to see that. I genuinely would. The prince starts singing Purple Rain while slicing up dudes. Exactly, yeah. Maybe that is what the reference is. I know Kiko's mentioned that before, that maybe the reason that the prince is purple is because of Prince Purple Rain, you know? Get it? He's a prince, and he's purple, and he reigns as the Prince of Persia. Get it? The Purple Rain? Prince of Persia? No. I hate it. I hate every second of it. The entire game is a pun. If that's true, if that is true, then the entire game is a pun, and I don't like it. I refuse to buy it. But no, I think that we can. I think it is possible to speak with your wallet. I do believe that. I genuinely believe that we as gamers have more power than they want us to believe we have. I do. I genuinely do. I think that a lot of these companies, they have told us, and other through journalism and stuff like that, we are constantly being put down. We are constantly being told, you are worthless. You are nothing. Shut up and buy. Don't ask questions, consume product, and get excited for next product. That's what we've been told. That's how we are being treated. That's how we have been downgraded as the consumer, right? We're nothing. We're nobodies. We can't change anything. And anytime that we stand up and we say, no, we get lumped together with like hatred and angry gamers are at it again and all of this shit. It's all just been a process to try to teach us that we are worthless, that we should just buy product. But I'm here to tell you that you are not. You are the most valuable player. You are the MVP of the games industry, because without your dollars, they are worthless. I've said this before. I said this about Fortnite. Fortnite is currently, well, not currently, but we'll get to that. Fortnite for a long time has been like one of the most profitable games in existence, right? It is constantly selling microtransactions and subscriptions. And it is making money hand over fist. It is hugely profitable. And I said just a few months ago, actually about a month ago, if everyone who is playing Fortnite stops paying for 1 week, they will panic. And what have we seen just in the past couple of weeks? Fortnite is suddenly not as profitable because people are just not spending as much money in Fortnite as they used to. And Tim Sweeney's panicking. He doesn't know what to do. Oh, we need to rethink the system. We need to figure out other crossovers. We need to hurry up and we need to stuff some new crossovers, some new microtransactions in to make sure that people keep buying. Buy. He's panicking. And then there's other companies like EA and who's the other ones that we're talking about? There was two of them. EA made mention of it. I think Square Enix may have made mention of it. I think Xbox made mention of it. No, Sony. It wasn't Xbox, it was Sony. That they are now trying to work on another live service game because they smell the blood in the water. Fortnite isn't selling at the moment. Tim Sweeney is panicking, wondering if he should, make a new game for the first time in 10 years. And other companies are going, oh, well, if Fortnite is dying, we need to position ourselves so that we become the next big thing. EA is sticking, EA is saying, hey, Apex, don't forget about us, Apex. We're going to push us forward. We're really going to go ham with the advertising. And you know what? Good on them. Fair enough. They're not trying to make a new game. They're just trying to push Apex. Cool. Apex is doing well anyway. Excellent. Did Sony not learn from Concord? No! Funnily enough. No, they didn't. They didn't learn from Concord. They didn't learn from High Guard. They haven't learned from Marathon. But, you know, now that Fortnite is floundering, this is when the sharks come in and say, hey, we've got a new game. And I think that's kind of the plan, you know? I do feel like that's part of the plan. That's the reason why they keep pumping out these shitty live service games that no one wants to play. Because they have to keep doing it. They have to keep pumping out the next live service game, because one day Fortnite will falter. One day Apex will falter. And in that moment, whoever has released a live service game that month, they'll be the next big thing. So I think that's the reason why they're constantly making live service games, in the hope that one of the other games falls out of the market. But yeah, there's a bunch of developers now going, oh, we're working on our next live service game. No one cares. No one gives a shit. But with Fortnite floundering, Tim Sweeney is panicking and wondering if he needs to make a new game. And everyone else is trying to either position their own games as being the next big thing, or are announcing, hey, whoa, hang on, if Fortnite's going down, don't worry, we've got a new game coming. But I said it a month or so ago, that if people stop paying for just 1 week, the entire system collapses. If every gamer, can you imagine this? For 1 week. For 1 week, every gamer in the world just chooses 1 week to never spend to not spend any money on video games that week. If every gamer in the world did it, there would be an absolute uproar. And that is because you are important. Multi-millions of dollars come from publishers to journalists to various websites to even the games themselves to teach you that you are nothing. You just gotta enjoy. Oh, what's that? You want a good game? Entitled gamer. How dare you ask for a good game? You will take the slop and you will love it. And all of these developers, have you seen that? I see this all the time now. Entitled developers. They want to call us entitled. But there's these developers. There are so many developers that will release an absolute trash fire, garbage game, and then they blame us for not buying it. Oh, it's the gamer's fault. They didn't buy our game. Make a game that we want. How about that? How about starting with that one? Make a game that we want. We saw that with Highguard. We saw it with Highguard. Is that there was developers in Highguard saying, oh, it's those gamers. All those evil, sexist, racist gamers that didn't want to play our game. Really? Alright. Just throwing ad hominems now because you failed to sell and you've lost so much money. You didn't produce a game that people wanted to play. Oh, it would have done well if the gamers would just shut up and just play the game. Yeah, it would have. You're absolutely correct. If we had just shut up and played the game and bought the game and paid for the microtransactions, you would have been on Easy Street. And that's why you're angry. That's why you're angry. Because you spent the past few years and $1 billion on producing a video game that absolutely ruined your studio. But no, it's the gamer's fault because we didn't pay for it. Right. Okay. No, that's not how that works. You are not entitled to our money. If you make a good game, we'll buy it. If you make a bad game, we'll make fun of it. And if you spent $1 billion to make a bad game, then you will go under. And we will not miss you. They've got it backwards. They got it completely back-asswards. They think that they are entitled to sales. They are not. They make video games. We buy video games. And if we don't like the video games, we don't buy them. It's that simple. It's an easy calculation. But they yell and shout at how entitled we are for expecting quality games. Oh, they went out and they bought Legend of Zelda, but they won't buy my game. Well, that sounds like your problem, doesn't it? Yeah, I bought Breath of the Wild. I bought it 3 times. I bought Breath of the Wild twice. Day 1. March 2017. Twice. I bought 2 copies. I bought a copy for myself and a copy for Kiko. And last year, or was it this? No, last year. Last year, I bought Breath of the Wild HD on the Switch 2. I didn't even like Breath of the Wild when it first came out. I'm not going to get into that again, though. I didn't even like Breath of the Wild when it first came out, but you know what? I bloody enjoyed it this time. Because it's a good game. Even if it's not my favorite Zelda, and it isn't, it's a bloody good game and it's worth paying for. It's worth buying. It's worth playing again and enjoying. That's because the game is good. It's not because Nintendo snapped their fingers and said, dinner's ready, come on, dinner's ready, everyone coming over and buy the new game, come and buy the new Zelda. That's not what happened. Well, I'm sure it is for some people. I mean, to be fair, I'll buy every new Zelda game and anytime it's released because I like Legend of Zelda. But, you know, that's because I've got a history with the franchise. I got a history knowing that I'm probably going to enjoy Legend of Zelda. But it's not Nintendo just rallying the troops to give them money. It's because these games have a history of being good games. Exciting games. Games that people want to play. Games that people are going to want to talk about for years to come. We are at the 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the 40th anniversary of the series. And we're still talking about them. Same goes with Mario. It's the 40th anniversary of Super Mario. And we're still talking about that game. We're at the 40th anniversary of Metroid. There's less people talking about the game, but we're still talking about it. A lot of people are angry that Metroid Prime 4 wasn't as good as we were hoping. Got a lot of that Zuma humor in there, or Gen Alpha humor, whatever you want to call it these days. A lot of people didn't like it, and it didn't sell very well. In fact, I think Metroid Dread sold better than Metroid Prime 4, which probably should tell you something. But it's not Nintendo just ringing the dinner bell and saying, come give us money, come on, come give us money. They have a history of making good games. When you are completely green, when you are brand new, you do not have the history behind you to be able to say, hey, I made these 20 games that are all amazing. You can't turn around and say, here's my $1 billion clusterfrack. Please give me money. It doesn't work that way. You are not entitled to our cash. And this is why I say, guys, you are powerful. Do not forget, you are powerful. These companies can tell us what we should like. Do you remember EA saying, oh, single-player games? Nobody plays single-player games. Righto. Sure thing. Single-player games have no place in the modern gaming market. Alright, okay, sure thing. You clearly are out of touch with the audience. And that's the thing. That's the part that they always stumble on. They are beholden to us. Not the other way around. They need to get us to buy a game. They can't just make what they want and make it crap and then demand that we give them money. It doesn't work like that. So don't forget how powerful you are as the consumer. Because if you stop giving them money, they'll disappear. And they know that. And that's why they want to convince you that you're shit. That's why they want to convince you that you have to listen to everything they say. That's why they need to convince you that if you don't buy these video games, that you're a bad person. You're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a gamergator, you're a bigot, you're part of a hate movement. You're an angry gamer. They have to convince you of that because they need to convince you that you are not the foundation, that you are not the linchpin that keeps their company afloat. They want you beaten and broken and giving them money and begging for more. Oh, thank you for this game that I may never finish because you're going to take it down in a year's time off of the servers. Please let me give you loads of money for DLC that is going to disappear in 12 months. Looking at you, 2K. Looking at you, 2K. What's that? Wrestling games? Have you seen the wrestling game 2026? WWE 2K26? Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I nearly bought it. I was gonna buy it. And then I started noticing all of the DLCs that were coming out for it. If I go to Steam right now, let me quickly just take a look at this. You know, if it opens, Steam, hello? Are you there? WWE 2K26, there we go. Okay, so WWE 2K26 is $100 Australian, right? $99.95. Frankly, I think the graphics look last generation. They look like PS4 graphics. Not that impressed, I'll be honest, with the way it looks. And there's still a lot of issues with the way that moves interact with one another. There's that moment of what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a moment of lag between starting a move and it connecting, especially if you're running, you know? If you're running off the ropes and you go to do a move on someone, there's just this moment of lag when it realizes, oh, I need to stop doing the running animation, and now I need to do the actual move animation. There's a stutter, a pause in the animation. Yeah, absolutely. It still does that. You know, it's 2026. It's been doing that since the N64 days, right? Since No Mercy and WrestleMania. They haven't improved that. They haven't fixed it. There's no fluidity between the moves and going from one move set to another. Anyway, my criticisms about the game aside, WWE 2K26 is $100. $100, that's the base version. When the game came out, there were 3 separate versions. Right? But now, there are... Right, so there's a season pass, and the season pass keeps going up in price, by the way. Right? Oh, it's not going to go up in price anymore because there's a second season pass coming. So it's $100 for the base game, $160 if you want the King of Kings edition, which just adds a couple of extra wrestlers. There's the Attitude Era edition, which adds a bunch of the characters like Stone Cold Steve Austin, like Kane, like Classic Undertaker, a bunch of the older wrestlers from the Attitude Era. That's $200. $200. Does that include King of Kings edition? I don't think so. I don't think it does. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think it does. I think the Attitude Era edition is just a different edition. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on this one, because this isn't the problem. The problem is, if you want everything that is currently available, it is $230. $230 for one game. Why is it $230? Because there's a season pass. The season pass is $82. What's in the season pass? Oh no, look, I found it. I found it. Here it is. Okay, so I don't think the Attitude Era edition does include King of Kings, because if you go to the season pass, right? If you go to the season pass, it counts the Attitude Era edition pack and the King of Kings pack separately. The King of Kings edition is an additional $16 if you buy it as DLC. $16. Oh, well, that's an interesting price. $16 for the King of Kings edition pack. So, why is WWE 2K26 $100 and the King of Kings edition is $160? But if I buy the DLC pack, it's only $16 extra. That gets my noggin jogging. That gets my almonds activating. The Attitude Era edition pack is $32. Or $33, actually. Okay. So, and then there's a bunch of other stuff. Ringside Pass Premium Season 1. I don't even know what that is. Okay, Ringside Pass. If I click on it, what does it do? It adds 4 new playable superstars. Okay. 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. Oh, this is the... Ah, right. Okay, this is the... Lucha Libre DLC. 4 wrestlers for $16. 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. Lady Flamer, Psycho Clown, and Mr. Iguana. Now, I do like Mr. Iguana. He's hilarious. So, I'm okay with that. Right, so that's the DLC there. What else we got? 𝗬𝗫𝗵 pack? What's the 𝗬𝗫𝗵 pack? Includes $16 for 𝗬𝗫𝗵. Okay, cool. Don't care. What's this one? Superstar Mega Boost. What does that do? Hey, what's this? Jumpstart your rise to greatness with WWE 2K26 Superstar Mega Boost, packed with the My Rise boost, featuring 200 attribute points and 100,000 VC to spend on the island. Oh, that's the My Superstar stuff. That's the My Superstar stuff. Do you remember back in the N64 era where you would just create a superstar? You know, create your own character. I used to love doing that. This is how much was that? Hang on. Superstar Mega Boost. $50. $50 Australian. Right? What does it give you? No superstars. It gives you a boost in my faction and the island, which is kind of like the create a character section. $50 for some additional stat points, for additional experience, and for some game coins. Why do you need the game coins? Well, because you need the game coins, you need the VCs to buy the gear that you want your character to wear. You're spending $50 to be able to access costumes that are already in the game. Okay. Sure. And then there's another one, the My Rise boost, which is another $16, which is just more experience points. Basically, $16 for more experience points. Yeah. And they announced on April 16th. They announced on April 16th that there's going to be a second season pass. Yep. Second season pass. The previous season pass was $82. To buy... So the version that I said, the Monday Night War edition, the $231 edition, that doesn't even include everything. That's just 4 items. That's just 4 items. That's the video game, that's Season Pass 1, that's WWE 2K26 Superstar Mega Boost, and the Monday Night War Edition booster pack. Which I don't really know what's in that, admittedly. But, yeah. Oh, wait, there are 5 bundles? There are 5 different bundles for this game. Good grief. Alright. If you say so. Okay. So, I think I've already made my opinions on this clear. I'm not a fan. I don't like what I've seen here. It's incredibly greedy. I really want to play a wrestling game. I do. I loved wrestling games. This is incredibly greedy. And you will only be able to play this game for the next 2 years. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. You see, 2K It depends on the game, admittedly. It's not necessarily exactly 2 years. But 2K discontinue the online services for their video games after 2 years. So if you're playing 2K24, that's about to go off. That's about to go offline. So you're not going to be able to play multiplayer. You might be able to play local multiplayer, that's still going to be available, and you'll still be able to play the single player stuff. But people play WWE games for the multiplayer experience. You know, you either play as your favorite wrestlers or you create wrestlers, create your own characters, and you go up against your friends in online matches or couch play or whatever you want to do. Whatever you're doing, it's a multiplayer experience. Not if they remove the servers. Not if they shut down the ability to play multiplayer games after 2 years. It doesn't... You can't continue to play. You have to buy the newest one. You have to upgrade to the next one, whether you want to or not. If you want to keep playing that game... If you want to keep playing that game that you have spent nearly $300 on, and maybe you bought a bunch of the DLC, maybe you bought a bunch of the virtual coin. I don't know what the VCs are. It's something coins. You know, if you've bought a bunch of this stuff so that you can make a character and create a character mode and have as many options as possible, all of the different movesets, all of the different costumes, all the things that you want to be able to make the best wrestler that you want to make, that disappears because you can't it doesn't transfer to the next one. Everything that you've paid for, everything that you bought, everything that you've invested into WWE 2K26 will be gone when 2K28 releases. Is that 2 years? Hang on a minute. 1 year to 27, 1 year to 28. Maybe when 2K29. When 2K29 releases, you will not be able to play online with 2K26. So all of that money that you've dumped into it, you are now expected to replace the game that you have invested so much money into with a new one, with a new version, and then pay all that money again. This is greed. It's nothing more than abject, disgusting, despicable greed, and people fall for it every single day. And the reason that people fall for it every single day is because we are constantly being told by developers, by publishers, by journalists that we are entitled, that we are hateful, that we are ists, we are phobes, we are evil, we are bigoted, we are whatever. If we so much as say, now hold on a second, that seems greedy. No, it's not greedy, you're an entitled gamer. It's not greed. You just expect too much. Isn't it good enough that you have a game? Why do you want a good game? Just give us your money. It's sick. It's twisted. And we need to break that idea. We need to break that illusion. We need to break that illusion in ourselves and in each other. It is not entitlement. It is not hateful. It is not wrong for you to expect to get something out of what you are paying for. It is not wrong to look at a video game like WWE 2K26, 2K26. The game I just mentioned earlier, WrestleMania, was WrestleMania 2000 on the N64. Prior to that, you played Warzone and Attitude, which I believe was 96 and 98 respectively. I might be wrong about those dates, but I believe that's when they released 1996 Warzone. We've been playing wrestling games, 3D wrestling games, since for 30 years. And I'm watching these trailers. I know you guys can't see it because it's in Steam, and I have some difficulty sometimes getting Steam to show. I'm looking at it keeps showing this this Inferno match, the classic, the absolute classic Inferno match between Kane and Undertaker. And the fire is 2D. The fire is 2D. It's a 2D asset that runs around the outside of the ring. It looks awful. It's not a big deal. Like, it's not huge. But it's things like that that will really stand out when you are playing the game. And you see it and you go, now hold on a second. That just doesn't look right. I just spent $230 on this game. And the Inferno match has this 2D texture of fire around the outside. What am I paying for? I've been saying this for a while, and I know full well that I am not in a position to make such a game, but I've been saying this for ages. I would love to make a game simply called Wrestling Engine. Right? And the whole idea is that it is absolutely, entirely customizable by the player. That you can create your own assets and plug it into this wrestling game. You can create your own animations and plug it into this wrestling game. The whole idea is to just create an engine for people to play wrestling games. And the reason I want to do that is because I feel like if we had the opportunity to... if we had a wrestling game that was so generic, right? That literally anyone could upload any assets to. The people could create their own assets, create their own animations, add their own music, do whatever they wanted to. You know what? I wouldn't have to pay likeness rights. I wouldn't be paying for Triple H, Hulk Hogan. I wouldn't be paying for Undertaker, for Kane. I don't know if you can do likeness rights on Kane now that I think about it. It seems he wears a mask. You're not going to be paying for likeness rights. So, you know, the price of the game immediately drops. Right? And if you decide to use said wrestling engine to make CM Punk, Randy Orton, Batista, if you decided to make other wrestlers from, you know, back in the day. X-Pac. Too Cool. I do like Too Cool. Rikishi. Well, that's up to you. You can make whatever you want. And no one can really sue you because it's just a created wrestler. So, you know, the idea of just putting out a wrestling engine, I'd probably want to make it low poly as well. I think that would be hilarious. But to make a wrestling engine game where people can literally make any character that they want, that people could upload their own assets, their own models, their own outfits, their own music, etc., etc. I think it would, excuse me, I think it would completely undermine this monopoly. I do. I really do. I think it would completely undermine a monopoly. Make R-Truth and he never wrestles anyone, just interrupts and kills everyone else's kayfabe. Absolutely. That's his job. That'll be the only thing he does. He just comes out, interrupts, and then leaves. But yeah, I think that would completely undermine the monopoly that we currently have with these 2K wrestling games. Like, it wouldn't be my goal, like, specifically to do that. Now, I wouldn't make a game specifically to destroy another game. But I think if something is generic enough, but accessible, you would be able to get a lot of people who want to play the game, who want to keep playing the game, and they will start to realize when 2 years go by and they can still play Wrestling Engine, but now you're being asked to buy a whole new video game for $120, and that doesn't even have everything in it. I think the value of that game will prove its point. And of course, I'm not the one that can make a game like that. But you know what? If someone is out there listening to this and you think you can do it, there's a free idea for you. There it is. Free idea. Try it out. Let's see what we get. Let's see if people enjoy it. I know I would. I know I would. If I was playing a low poly wrestling game with the option to make literally anything happen. With the ability to upload all my own assets and models and songs and whatever. Yeah. I think I would prefer that over WWE 2K Greed Edition. So don't forget, you are strong gamers. You are important. You are arguably the most important part in the entire system. Because without you, they don't have anything. Without you, they can't make money. So if what they're doing, if you look at what they're doing and you say, they care more about making money than providing a good experience, maybe consider denying them that. Maybe consider denying them that one thing that they want, because they've denied you the one thing you want. You want a good game. They want your money. If they don't give you a good game, don't give them your money. It's that simple. It really is. And I am going to preach this till the day I die. You are strong gamers. Don't forget that. You don't have to buy that game. You don't have to buy the next big thing because they told you it's the next big thing. Because there are still many great games that you probably never played, which is sitting on your shelf or sitting in your digital library. Check out your Steam. You know, there's a game that's coming, like I said, 2K26. Yeah, do you know what? I'm thinking about plugging my N64 in and playing some No Mercy. The next big thing comes out and they tell you, oh, you gotta buy this and it's gonna be $120 to buy this game and it's gonna be another $30 for this DLC. Or if you want the full edition, you're gonna have to pay $200. And then there's gonna be more DLC and a season pass and all of this. You don't have to. Look at your shelf. Look at your Steam library. There's probably games that you've already paid for that you can actually sit down and play. Let them sweat, not your bank. Don't look at your bank account and go, oh no, I can't afford to buy all these games. Play the games you've got. Seriously. Because they don't deserve it. And I'm not saying everyone, I'm not saying every developer, but you know, if a developer or a publisher fails to meet their quota and they decide, you know what, we might have to shut down this studio, we might have to shut down this publisher, we might have to stop, maybe sell this game to another studio, that's fine. That is fine. Because if they aren't doing right by us, they don't deserve those games. They don't deserve our money for those games. And check back with me, because there's going to be a lot of games that I'm going to be playing on this channel. And I'll be honest with you. I will tell you if I like a game or not. I have got no problem saying this game sucks. And then I will turn that game off and I will play something else. We have only done it a few times because I tend to be quite discerning. I don't play a game if I think, this could go either way. If it's a game that I'm excited for, I'll play it. If I get disappointed by it, I will tell you. And there have been a couple of games in the past where I've done this, and then I've delisted those games. Because I don't want to give attention to games that don't deserve it. But with that, I'm going to call an end to tonight's stream. It is 11:30. I am tired. I am looking forward to going to bed. It's been an entire week without streaming, and that is too long for me. I'm going to take us over to the schedule screen, because there is a schedule screen now. I can't just do the slidey thing and bring the schedule on. But I'll take us over to the schedule screen and we will look at what we're going to be doing for the next couple of days. No, we won't, because that's the schedule for next week. Never mind. Oh, for goodness sake, the chat's doing that thing again. Oh, no. Alright, chat's being dumb. Chat's being dumb. We're just gonna stay here for now. Alright, so, the schedule. I don't know. I don't know what they've done, but it doesn't update, or maybe it's an OBS thing. I'm not sure. But either way, it doesn't update to the most recent thing. I'll see if I can figure out why it's doing that, but yeah, it's really annoying. I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can fix it. It'll just be another thing that I add to the list. Just be another thing that I add to the list of stuff I gotta fix around you. Alrighty, so the way things are going, tomorrow we're going to be playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. And then on Saturday we're going to be playing and potentially finishing Resident Evil 9 Requiem. So please do join us for those. If you want to see the schedule, I do have a schedule posted on social media as my pinned post on X and Threads. I have a schedule posted in the post section here on YouTube. Don't forget, the post section is now a community section. So you can go and post your own things in the community section as well. Start your own discussions. Let's talk about some of the stuff that we talked about tonight. Are you okay with the WWE 2K26 situation? Do you think that what they are offering is worth the amount of money that they're asking for it? Personally, I don't, but if you've got your own take, feel free to post in the comments down below, or post, you know, in the community section. That I'm up for a conversation. I want you to tell me why I'm wrong. You know, convince me. I'm willing to listen. But yeah, that is going to be it from me for this evening. If you have enjoyed tonight's stream, please do consider hitting the thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. And if you really liked it, do consider subscribing to see more from me, and ring the bell to be notified when I am going live next, which will be tomorrow for Monster Hunter Stories 3. So with all of that said, you could join X, Threads, Instagram, links, description, cool. With all that said, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other. Play more video games. Play the right video games. And until I see you, peace, love, and high scores. Good night, everyone.